Welcome, aspiring developers, to an exciting journey into the world of web development with React. I am thrilled to introduce you to a project that will not only expand your horizons but also empower you with valuable skills. My name is Kindness and I am with the best tech. In this project, we will be crafting a beautiful website using React and Laravel for backend API. On the front end, we will dive into React, a JavaScript library known for its efficiency and flexibility. We will harness the power of React hooks like useState and use effects for state management and side effect handling. Furthermore, we will explore the elegance of styled components, an innovative approach to styling React components with the power of CSS in JS while excluding the use of CSS class names. Most importantly, we will learn how to make our website responsive to various screen sizes while using styled components. Turning to the backend, we will delve into Laravel, a PHP framework renowned for its simplicity and elegance. We will implement Laravel Phantom for authentication, ensuring the security of our applications. You will gain insights into the benefits of using Laravel for creating RESTful APIs, setting you on a path to becoming a proficient backend developer. Throughout this project, we will adhere to the principles of clean architecture and follow the model, view, and controller approach. This means you will not only learn how to create beautiful and functional front-end components, but also how to structure our application efficiently on the back end, making them scalable and maintainable. Now, let me walk you through what we'll be building. We will be building a simple user-friendly reservation website that allows users to reserve various types of places such as nature house or mountain house and so on. This is the home page of our application. Starting with the home page, we have this navbar or this header section followed by this hero section. We will learn how to create this beautiful slider and how we can customize it to our preference, either by making the scrollable slider infinite or not, by setting the number of data to be shown at each slide, and so on. At this section, we will display the data fetched from our API for featured places. We will see how we can create a customizable slider to showcase featured data when in mobile view. In this section, we will fetch certain number of places from our API. At this section, we have the categories. We will learn how to make it scrollable as well. On clicking on any of these category, it takes us to a dedicated page where we retrieve all places related to that category. At the top here, we are also fetching the categories from our API such that when we click on any other category, we get the places below. And if no place is attached to that category we clicked, we get this no place available. When we click on any of the places available, we get a comprehensive data about that place, including the name, the title, the user who listed the place, the check-in and check-out, the amenities, and so on. At this section, we have the price of this place, which is $150 per night. The check-in date of this place, which was listed by this user, is 10th of August, and the checkout date is 17th of August. The check-in date listed by this user will be subtracted from the checkout date, which will give us the number of nights, thus multiplied by the place price. The service fee will also be subtracted, and we have the total. If we try to make a reservation, if we are not logged in, we get this pop-up warning which tells us we have to be logged in first. Since we do not have an account, let us create an account. If the data entered in the input field does not meet the required criteria or constraints set by our application, we get this validation errors message coming from our API. Upon signing up, we get this pop-up, and after a few seconds, it redirects us to the login page. So now let's log in. Upon logging in, we are redirected to the home page, and immediately at the top, we see the user profile image, the default user profile image. If we click on it, it shows the logout button. We will also learn about authentication guarding, a security feature that prevents unauthorized access to certain parts of a website by checking the authentication status of a user before granting them access. If we try to access the sign in or sign up page using the URL, we are redirected and not granted access because we are logged in already. Now we can make reservation for this place since we are logged in. On clicking the reservation button, we have the check-in and check-out validation, which ensures we have to select the check-in and check-out dates. Because not everyone can reserve this place based on this user's listed dates, so for users' experience, we have this calendar that shows us to input our preferred dates or reserve in advance. So I will select 20th and 22nd. 20th for this check-in date and 22nd for the checkout date, which is 2 days. Note that the price of this place is $150 and this user listed this is 7 days. On clicking the reserve button, I get this pop-up that says it has been added to the checkout page and I am automatically redirected to this checkout page. In this section, we have the place we reserved and the preferred dates we selected earlier, the days as well as the prices. At this section, we can send our name or some other person's name, phone number, and additional message, which is optional. On clicking the submit button, we get this success message. Congratulations, your reservation has been placed successfully. You will receive an email shortly. Now, if we try to access this checkout page after reserving this place, we do not get that place data again. By the end of this course, you will have mastered 5 major concepts effectively. You will have 1. Mastered React and its core concepts, including hooks, state management, and component-based architecture. 2. Understood the importance of styled components in modern web design and how to use them effectively. 3. Gained proficiency in creating RESTful APIs and securing them. 4. Grasps the clean architecture and MVC approach for building robust web application. 5. Gained practical experience in building real-world projects that you can showcase in your portfolio. So to get started, you need to ensure you have Node installed on your PC. So you can just come to the search here and type cmd to open the command prompt. And in here, you can just type node-v. It gives you a version number. This is the version of Node that is currently installed on your PC. If you do not get this, you might want to go to Node official website, node.js.org, to download the latest version and install it on your PC. It's quite simple and straightforward. The installation process, it is a next process till the installation is complete. So since we have Node installed, I already created a folder named the best tech project tools. So you might just want to navigate to any directory of your choice. I opened this in desktop. So I'll open this directory in CMD, the command prompt interface like this. And in here, I'll create the React app. So the command to create a React app is npx create React app, then the project name. So I'll call this project Fleet. You can call it whatever you like. I'll call it Fleet since Fleet is the name of the project we'll be building. So I'll just press enter This will probably take few minutes, so we'll just give it some time for the command to run completely. So now it's done. It has completed successfully, and we can see the project here. So I will just open it in VS Code. You can open it in your preferred editor. So let me just open the terminal, Ctrl J, and I will run the project or start the project. I'll just do that with npm start. While that is running, let's just quickly do a brief project folders and files walkthrough. Quick one. Now, you see these node modules we have here. This directory or this folder contains all the external packages and dependencies that this our app or this project uses. You basically don't need to modify anything here. It's all managed by the npm. Now, you see this public folder, this directory holds files that are publicly accessible. Like if you check like the HTML file, okay, like the HTML file, this file that serves as the entry point of your app. Now this is the file. So in here also we have this source, this src, this source folder. Now this source folder is where majority of your code will be. Most of the development work will happen in this directory, and in it we see some files like the app.js, app.css, index.js, and so on. Now, you see this index.js file? This is the entry point of your React app. This file renders your app. It renders it into the root HTML specified in this public HTML.index file that we see here, right? Now, we also see this app.js file. This app.js file is the main component that represents your entire application. Now, we can modify it and, restructure it by putting some other components in there. We'll see that as we go on. Now, this app.css file, this is the styles for this app.js that we see here. If we open the project, you see the styles for this file or for this that is being served is what we have in this app.css file. Now, we can leave the others. They are not really important. This git ignore, just holds, we just specify some of the files that we want to be ignored by Git whenever we push to GitHub. It just helps us to prevent sensitive or unnecessary files from being included in our repository. Now this package.json file, or this package lock.json, it holds the dependencies of our project and some other metadata. So whatever package or dependencies that we later include or that we later add to this project will be found here, such that whenever anyone tries to clone or run the project and it uses npm install, it automatically it finds all those packages here and installs them. So now we have our project up and running. So let's start building. And looking at what we will be building, you see at this home page here, starting with the home page, we see we have several components or several sections in this home page. We have the header section, we have the hero section, we have the adventure, the works, and so on, down till we reach the footer section, right? Now, all these are components like the header, the hero. There are several components in this home page. Now, I want you to note something, that React does not strictly follow the MVC pattern. It doesn't. It's a front-end framework, right? So you don't have traditional controllers like you would in a server-side MVC framework. But we will still organize our code in such a way that aligns with this concept, that aligns with this MVC framework concept. And we will do this by creating things like components, pages, custom reusable components, layouts, even models for the dummy data before we now move to creating the APIs from which we'll be fetching dynamic data from. So now let's get started. Now we see this home page starting with this header section, we'll be starting with the header section. There are several pages that would be created in this our project. We'll have this home page, we have the sign up page, we have the sign in page, we would have categories page, we'll even have place details and like checkouts and so on. So now with that, we need to create a directory that will house or that we will put all those pages. So what I just need to do now is just create a directory here in this source folder as pages, right? Now, these pages will take things like the home page. Let me just add a file first off. Let me just give it the homepage.jsx. Now, in this homepage, we'll put all the components, all these components for this homepage, right? Now, we also have other pages like, let me just add one more page. Let me just say category.jsx. That should be a folder. That should be a page, not a folder. Category.jsx. Now, in this source folder also, we will have another directory that we will call components. Components. Now, this component, we hold each of these components, like the header component, the home page, the hero components, but it won't just house them, directly like that. In this component, we will also create another directory that we'll call home, or that we can call home page. Let's just call it home page. Yes, we call it home page. And we also create another one. Let's call that custom. Custom. This we hold the custom reusable components. Now, so for this home page, we have inside this home page, we have the header section, we have the hero section. Then we can now, just define them or call it here in this home page under these pages, right? So let's just do that. Let's create a function here and let's format it. Yeah, this is the home page. Save that. And in this home page, we can now create the header, the adventure, the works, the hero, and so on like that. But for the header and the footer, in this component, we create another folder and we call it layout. Now, this will hold the header and the footer section, right? Because it will be reused throughout all files. So that's why we call it layout. So in this layout, we can create the header section. You can call it header or header section, whichever. JSX, and I'll create the footer section, right. .jsx. So now in this header section, I can create a function, and this will be for the header section. And in this home page, instead of giving this home page like this, I can now define or call this header section from the layout. So this will be what will be at the top. But we won't see that yet, and that is because in our app.js file, we still have this default code that came with it. So what we need to do now is so I'll just clear it. We don't need that. I'll change it. I prefer using 4 as the default tab size, and I'll create a function here for the app.js. Now, what I will do in this app.js is that I will call this home page function, or this home page, and I will do that here. Yeah, like so. So if I check now, we see we have the header section. So in this home page, we can now create other components like the adventure, the works, the hero, and so on. So first off, I'll say the hero section. Let me just say hero section 1. I can also add one more and say the adventure section. So I'll create a function here, save that, and as well as the adventure, save that. So if I come to these pages here and I define or call the adventure, or no, the hero section, and I save that. If I check here now, I get the hero section 1, right? So I can just comment this out for now, and we start working with this header section, right? So we also need to create another directory in a public directory here, and we call it assets. And in this assets, we can now create a directory and call it images. And this will hold all the images that will be used in this project. So I have the images here. Let me just select all, excluding this, and I can just move them directly into the images directory here, right? So we have them in our images. So we can now start building or designing our header section right here. And like we said in the introductory part of this video, that we will be using styled components. And styled components is just the way we can style our React components with the power of CSS in JS. So we write CSS directly in our JS files, and that helps us to avoid the use of CSS class names, and as well as helps us keeps our styles scoped to a specific component. So to do that, we need to first install styled components. It's a library and we have to install it first. So we come to our terminal here and we say npm install styled components. So I'll just press enter and I'll wait for a while for the command to run. Now it's completed, and if we check our package.json, we see we have styled components installed. So now we can use styled components. So how do we use style components? To use it, unlike the way we use the CSS class names, and we come here and say class name, and we do something like this, give the class name, we won't do that in styled component. Styled component saves us the stress of defining CSS class names for each of our elements that or our components that we'll be building. So to use styled components, we first come here and say we define the components that we want to build. Say for example, in this header section, I want to build this header section. This is a section like a container, right? So what I have to do now is I come here and say container. Close that up. This container is more or less like a section or a div, right? An HTML div. So I come here at the top and say const container, and I'll say equals to styled. Then I import the styled components from that we just installed now. So it imports it automatically. Then I say dot. Now, after this dot, I specify whatever I'm trying to build here, whatever HTML element or tag that I'm trying to build here. Say, for example, this is a section, or this is a div, right? So I'll just come here and say section or div. Then I give the backticks and I close that up and save that. Now that is how styled component works. Now in here, I can now style this component the way I want. So that is how styled component works. So looking at what we want to build here at this header section, we'll, we'll say this is more or less like a section or a div. And in it, we have this logo. And at the right hand side here, we have this button and this icon, which we can click on later on, right? So how do we style this? To style it, we just need to wrap the content in this container in something like a wrapper that we hold it, and the logo and this content at the right hand side here can be styled accordingly. So let's do that. And in here, I will just create something like a wrapper. And in this wrapper, we have this logo. So I can say logo, and this logo will be a div. Now in the logo, in this logo, we have this image, which is the logo itself. So I'll just say image. And the image, okay, I guess there's a typo with that. And I'll say image. Now this image will take a source, src, and alt. And the alt, I can just say image. I can just say logo. Now we have to define the path where this image is found. And in here, I already changed it from the assets. You know, we created a folder, a directory earlier that we called assets. I already renamed it back to images. So we have the images directly in the public folder. So now here I can just say images slash the images, or the image that will be using this logo is this logo dark svg. So here I have to say logo dark svg. Right, and I can save that up. And we have some errors, and that is because we've not defined the styled component. So I just copy this and paste it few number of times, and this I can call it the wrapper, and it will be a div and not a section, right? A div. And this container, this we can call this logo. And for this image, let me copy this and paste it, rename it to image, and it will be an image, img, like so. And if I save that and I check, we have the logo, the image. Now we need to create this button and this icon. Now we have this button. We will also have several other buttons like this and some other buttons down below. So to create the button, we will need to create a custom reusable button. Earlier, we created this custom directory in this component directory that will hold all custom reusable components. So here I can create a custom button so that it will be reused in other pages. So I just need to create a file here, and I'll say custom button .jsx, create a function, and this is our custom button. Here I will be returning a button, right? So I can just say button. Now I need to change this. Okay, let me just close all this up, those that we do not need. just close them up for now. So we have just this, right? So in this custom button, we would have a text. Let me just adjust this, format it accordingly. Yeah, in this custom button, we have a text, and the text is this that we will be adding: list your property. But we won't just add this list your property. Let's add it first and see how it is. List your property. List your property. And let's style it. So I'll say const button, and I'll say styled. Do well to import the package styled component dot. Now this dot will be a button because we want to create a button. Give the backticks and close that up. So I can copy this and paste it again and change this to the text. Now this text will be a paragraph, and that's a p tag, not a button. So if I save that up and I check, we won't see anything yet because we have not defined it or called it in our header section. So if I come here in this wrapper, still right in this wrapper, the wrapper houses the contents in this container. So in this wrapper, I want to put this button. So what I just need to do is come outside of this logo and say, call the custom button. So I'll say custom button coming from the custom component. Then it imports it, and I can just close that up. So if I save that and I check, we see the button here. Now it's not perfectly exactly like this, so we need to style it properly. Now, as for the icon we are using is coming from the material UI icon. So we need to import, or we need to install, we need to install the icons from material UI icon. So let's do that. And to do that, we just need to open our terminal. So I'll open the terminal, and the command to install it is npm install. I'll say npm install at material UI. Let me say material UI. I need to install the core and the icons at material UI core, at material UI icons. Just give it a few minutes to load. Okay, it says it won't be able to install, that I should use force. So let me just try that. Let me use the force. So yeah, I'll say npm install, and I'll add the flag force, and I'll press enter. So now we have it installed. We have the material icon installed. So I'll close that up, and now we can use icons from our material UI icon. So to use it, I'll just come below this custom button, and I will use the person icon from the material UI icon. So it imports it automatically here. And if it doesn't, you can import it. So if I save that, I should get the icon here. So now I need to align this logo, this button, and this icon horizontally, just like this. So all I need to do is come to this wrapper, which holds three of them. This wrapper, I'll come to this wrapper and give it the property display flex, and I save that. So now they are aligned horizontally. So now I need to give the spaces between them. Yeah, the left hand side and the right hand side. So still inside this wrapper, because it's the wrapper that holds the three of them together. Inside the wrapper, I just need to say justify content and give it space between. And if I save that, we have the spaces in between. But unlike this, the button is the button and the icon are both at the far right. So, and yeah, it is different. So I just need to wrap this button and this person icon in another div. So it separates it out from this logo, which is inside this wrapper, right? So let me just cut this out and I can just create another styled component. And this time I can just call it right nav or right whatever you want to call it. So I just wrap it with it and I create it. Let me just copy this and paste it here. Rename this to right nav and change the element to a div. And if I save that, yeah, we see it at the far right. They are both together, just like this. Now we need to provide the spaces, this space at the left and at the right, as well as the top and the bottom. And to do that, I will need to give this wrapper a margin. I'll need to give it some margin so that we'll be able to have this space at the left, right, and top and bottom. So I'll just come to the wrapper here and I'll give it the margin. I can just say maybe 2 rem. Now, okay, there's something I should actually point out, and that is the use of the rem. I will be using rem for the margin, for the font size, and some other properties. Now, the reason is because it's actually preferable or advisable to use rem because now, especially for font sizes. Now, by default, browsers typically have their font size, their root font size to be 16 pixels. That's the standard for most web content. But I prefer using relative units like rem for font sizes and, margin for better scalability and consistency across different devices. But calculating rem based on the standard web content, the font size for most web content, which is 16 pixels, is usually complex. So because of that, I usually set the root font size to be 62.5 pixel, 62.5%. I usually give the root font size like this, and I will say font size 62.5%. And by doing this 62.5% as the font size, that means that my root font size is now 62.5% of the default 16 pixels. And basically that equals 10 pixels. Because it's just like saying, 16 pixels multiplied by 0.625, that's equal to 10 pixels. So with the root font size set to 10 pixels, basically 1 rem, when I say 1 rem, that's equivalent to 10 pixels. When I say 2 rem, that's equivalent to 20 pixels. So with this, it makes it simpler, for you to convert and calculate the rem and the pixels better. So if I save this, it gives me 20 pixels of this, but that is for all sides. So I will just say for the top and bottom, I want 2 rem, and for the right and left, I want, let me say 8 rem. That's 80 pixels. So if I save that, so I get this margin at the right and at the left, And for the top and the bottom, I get 2 rem. Let's see. Okay, it's close but not the same. Let's give some more rem. Let me say 2.5, and I would say 10 rem for the right and the left. If I save that, I should get something close here. So now moving on to the button, I need to style this button better so it will look like this. Now, to style the button, I will not do that here in the header section, but instead I will come to the custom button here and style it, because this button is a reusable, is a custom reusable button. It will be used, this button, it will be used here, it will be used here also, and some other places. And the way it is styled here is different from how it is styled here. Here, when I hover on it, I get this black background, but here I get this blue background. So we need to make it custom, as its name implies, so that wherever you are using it, you style it accordingly. We need to make it dynamic. Yeah, that's the short form. We need to make it dynamic. And to do that, we will use props. So basically, props is a short form for property. Like, it's basically just a way to pass data from a parent component to a child component. This is more or less like the parent component. So we want to pass data from this parent component, this custom button, to where we'll be using it here, basically the child component. So props are used to make components reusable and to allow them to receive and display dynamic data. And the data in this context are the styles that will be passing, something like this list property, the text, and some other styles that will be passing through. So now, to use the props, let me show a very simple and straightforward example of how to use the props. Now, this list your property, I'll cut it out, and in here, I'll say title. Now, I'll come to this function here, this arrow function, and I'll just say title, and I'll save that. Now, if we check here, we do not see any title here. But if I come to this custom button and I say title, and I paste the list your property here and I save it, we get the list your property back. Now, let me just copy it and paste it again. And now I'll change this list your property to something else. Let me just put maybe, let me say John Doe. And I will save that. And we see we have the data displayed dynamically. So now, basically, this title is the props that we are passing to this custom button as an argument, and we are able to reuse or use the title here to display data dynamically. So that's just a simple form of using the props. So with that, whichever file or wherever we are using this custom button, this component, this custom button component, in any of our files, we can display data dynamically. So that is the same way in which we will use the styles. That's how we use the styles. So let me just cut this out back and leave this as it is. Save that. And we have our list your property. So for the styles, I will just come to this button. Now, the first thing we need to do is we want to change this button and remove this background color and make it white, just as it is here before it is hovered over, right? So now we need to remove this something like this gray background. And to do that, I will just come to this button here. And now for the styles, if we want to make it dynamic, we will say, let me just say something like the background color. Now, this background color, instead of me just saying transparent, if I save that, you see, it should change. Now, instead of just saying transparent, I want to make it dynamic. Let me cut this transparent out. And this time around, I will use an arrow function that takes the props, which is the transparent, that takes the props as an argument. But I'll need to pass, since I'll be using a JavaScript expression, I will need to put it in a template literal. So I'll just come here and say, I'll give this dollar sign and the curly braces. Now I'll pass the arrow function and say props, and right here I'll say props dot, I can just say background color, background color. Now if I save this, nothing happens, but this changes back to the gray background color. Now, I have to pass it here into this custom button so that this header section, or wherever I'm using this custom button, will receive this background color as props. So I need to just come here and pass it here. Let me just copy this background color and paste it here. Now, in this button styled component, I will need to come here and say background color and give the variable like this. I pass the background color. Now let me explain something. This background color here is the props that we are using here. But this background color here is more or less like the variable, and I need to pass it here so that wherever I'm using it will receive it and be able to set its own background color, right? So if I save that and I come to this header section, I'll say background color. You see, it automatically sees it, and I can just give a background color of, let me say, black. If I save that, we get this black background color. Now, you need to note that this can be anything. This can be any name, because this is more or less like the variable. But this has to be, this is the props. This background color is the props. The one at the left hand side is the props. But this is more or less like the variable, right? Let's show you an example. If I change this to, let me just say, you might not want to do this. Let me just say John. And I copy this and paste it here. I save it as John. And what I need to do is just come here and change this to John. And I save that. You see, it works. So this is the props itself coming from here. And this is a variable that holds the value of this background color, right? Let me just change it back to background color. And this is more or less like the convention of setting, the variable together with the props. I'll change this back to background color and save that. But yeah. But now we need to also consider something. Let's assume this background color is not provided. Let me just comment this out. Let's assume it's not provided in wherever we are using this custom button. What will happen? Let me save this. It should change back. Now, if it is not provided, we can give a something like a condition so that we have a default value. So that, because this is more or less like saying use the background color that is provided when we use this custom button component. But if we do not provide a background color, we can do something like set a default background color. I'll just say, or using this logical operator, and I'll say give it a default background color as, say, something like transparent. Transparent. And if I save that, we get this transparent since this is not provided. But if I uncomment this, it changes to black because it is provided. So let me just remove it now and leave it as the default value. So that same way we can also adjust or make other styles, right? So for the button as well, I would also need to make uh something like a border radius. So we also need to have a border radius. I'll just give it a border radius, and let me just copy it here. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it and change this to border radius. And this border radius, we can give it, say, 30 pixels as the default. And just let's just copy this few more times. Paste that. And for the text also, for the text, I'll also paste that. This should be for the padding. We need to give this text padding so we can have space inside of this, you know, button padding. And I'll paste that. This should be for the font size. We need to give this text a font size, and let's just say font size. And we also need to give this text a color. Paste that, and I'll change this to the color. So let's leave that for now and just change it. Now the color, I'll make it default black, and I'll change this to something like, say, the title color. I don't just want to call it color. The font size, let me change this to font size, and the default, I'll give it, say, 1.8, or let me just say 2 rem. For the padding, I'll give the padding, let me say the padding 2 rem. For now, let's just leave it at that. So for this I said earlier, this is the border radius. Okay, we've done that. This is the border. Need to give it border. So I'll just remove this radius, and I'll give the default. I want it doesn't look thick. So let me just give it something like 2 pixels, and I'll make it solid. And yeah, let me just give it a code this time around, or let me just leave it as black, right? And if I save that, okay, we have this big button, right? And that is because it is using all these default values. This is too big. Let me just remove the padding and make it that the padding will be provided when we reuse this custom button. If I save that, it should reduce, yes, like so. So I need to pass each of all this into this custom button. So wherever we are using it, we'll be able to receive it. So I'll just copy the border radius, paste it, and as well as the border and the padding, paste it, and the font size, as well as the title color. And I'll need to give those values here as well. So let me just format this a little bit. So here I will give the border radius. Okay, I'll just do this. Let me just copy this and paste it few more times. So this will be the border radius. This will be the border, and this will be the padding. I'll also copy it and paste it a few more times. So this will be the font size, and this is for the title color. So I'll remove this last one and I will save that. So here in this header section, we can provide a dynamic values for this custom button if we want to. And if we don't, we can leave it as these default values. So here, I will set the properties for this custom button, its own properties. So for the border radius, I will give it say, let me say 2 rem, that is 20 pixels. I'll give it 2 rem. For the padding, I will give it say something like 1.2 rem. Save that. So it should give the space. For the font size, I will say something like 1.5 rem. But we do not see any changes in the font size and the, why is that? Let's check. Oh, okay. So, and yeah, okay, there's a mistake here. This padding, we want to give the padding for the text and the font size for the text. So it should not be in this button, rather it should be in this text. So let me just cut this out and put it in this text. It should be in this text. So save that. And yes, we have a font size as 1.5 rem. But for the padding, we see it's not still close yet. Okay, let's give it, the top is too, the space at the top is too much. So let's give it 0 for the top and the bottom, and 1.2 rem for the right and the left. And if we save that, okay, now it looks better. Let me give it more border radius, give it 3 pixels. Okay, now it looks curved, right? So I think it's closer to this, right? We need to give it font weight. We need to adjust the font weight so it is bold. So let's come here, and that should be at the text. So I'll copy this and paste it and change this to font weight. And yeah, I'll change it to font weight. Give it the default as bold. Copy this and paste it. No, for the text, change this to font weight. And if I save that, okay, we have an error, and that's because I've not passed it here. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it here. Change this to font weight. And if I save that, we should have it in bold, right? So it's better now. So for this over, we need to add this over and make it the cursor change to pointer when we over on it. So for that, I'll just come here to the button and I'll just give it a property of cursor pointer, and I'll save that. And if we over on it, we get this pointer. So let's give it over so that when we over on it, it changes the background color to white. Now I'll just come here and say, I'll use the ampersand and the colon. I'll say over, and here I can give it the property of background color, and it will change to black. So when we hover on it, it changes the background color to black. But the text needs to change to white, right? So to do that, we need to come to the text as well and give that same property. So I'll just copy it and paste it, right? And I'll change this to color. So now I want the color to be white, and I'll save that. When we hover on it, it changes to white, right? But if we hover on it again, you'll notice something. You'll notice that it is only when we over the text that it changes to white, right? You see, it changes to black and we do not have the text. And that is because we are hovering over this button itself, not on the text. So we need to make it such that when we hover on both the button and the text, either of the two, it changes this white text it changes this black text to white, right? So what we need to do is come to this over and give the color as white. So I'll say color white. So when we hover on this button, it changes the background to black as well as the color to white. And by this color, we mean the text color. So we can just comment out this title color and just comment it out or remove it. Better still, remove this title color and this as well. So if we save that, you see, if we hover on the text as well as the button, we get the background color changes to black. Now we can style this our icon, this person icon. Let's look at what we want to do. Okay, we see we have this space between this button and this icon, and we have this black background, this green background. I mean, we have this green background, and the icon is white, unlike this that is, black, and it's a bit bigger than this. So let's style that. Let's give it some styles, and to do that, we need to wrap this person icon because we cannot directly style this person icon because we are using the icon from the material UI icon. So we need to wrap it inside a div so that we can style that div. So let me just cut this out and I will create a div, a styled component. I can just call it maybe profile or, profile container, whatever you want to call it. Let me just say profile container. And in this profile container, I'll put the icon, the person icon. So now I can just copy this and paste it, change this to the profile icon, and it will be a div. So if I save that, I see it is now below. And the reason is because this profile icon div is inside. This is also more or less, this is a button. These two items are inside this nav, this right nav. So this right nav needs to take some property so that it will be able to align this icon and this button horizontally instead of vertical as it is. So we need to style, we need to give some properties or some styles to this right nav, right? So what I'll do now is that I'll come to this right nav and I'll give it display of flex. Let me say display flex. If I save that, it should come to this, should align it horizontally. But it is at the top and I need to make it at the center. So I will just give it align items. Say align items center. And if I save that, now it's at the center. So now I have it at the center. So I can now style this profile container. Now, for this profile container, I want to first change the background color. So I'll change the background color. Just give it something like green. And if I save that, we have the green background color. But we need to give space between this button and this icon. So to do that, I will give it a margin left because I want margin, a space between it. So it will provide the margin at the left hand side. So I'll say margin left and I can say maybe 1.5 rem. And if I save that, you should have space between it. Now, this should be curved, right? The container, this background, we see this green background. We want it curved. So I'll give it a border radius. I need to give it a border radius. I'll give it a border radius of 2 rem or 2.5 rem. And we need to make it a bit bigger than it is. And as well, make it change to pointer, the cursor change to pointer when we hover on it. So I'll say cursor pointer and I'll change the color as well to something like white as it is. Now we have the cursor pointer and we have it as white as it is here. Now we need to make the icon a little bit bigger than it is. So to do that, we need to style the icon itself. We are wrapping this person icon in this div. We cannot just directly give this, div a font size or, width or something. It will be applied to this container, and that is the div, the profile container. But we need to give this person, we want the icon itself to be a little bit bigger, right? And we cannot do that in the profile container. So we have to do that directly in the person icon. So I have to provide the style. So I'll just say style and I have to use curly braces, two curly braces. And I'm using two curly braces because in React, when you want to define an inline style, you use two curly braces because basically you are writing JavaScript code within JSX. So I have to say, I'll give it a font size. And now this time around, you have to make your property in camel case like this, font size like this. And I'll give it, say, something like 24. So if you are using any CSS property inline like this, your property will be in camel case because in React or in JSS you use camel case for property names, and automatically this property maps to their CSS counterparts. That's how it's done. So if I'm saying something maybe like border radius, it has to be in camel case or maybe margin left or any of those. It has to be, or even align items, it has to be in camel case. So I'll just save this and we should get a bigger icon. So now we've styled our navbar, right? It looks closer to it. So I think maybe I should just give this image. I should just give it a width of something like maybe, let me say, 12 rem. Let's check. Okay, it's a bit bigger. Okay, so it's closer. Yes. Now we have our navbar ready. So now let's move to this hero section and style this hero section. So now for the hero section, we have to come to the home page under the pages directory and we need to uncomment this hero section, save that. And here under the component, this home page component, this hero section is where we will style the hero section. So let me just change this to tab. and default. And I'll format this. So now, instead of returning this, I will return a container. So let me remove this and I will return a container, which will be a section, right? Now, in this container, let's see what we'll be building first. So, yes, this is the section, the hero section that has this image and this text and this description and button. So, what I'll do now is that inside this container, yeah, I'll create one image container. You can call it whatever you want. I'll say image container. And in this image container, we will put the image. So I'll say image and I'll say SRC and I'll define the path here. So it's under images and we have an image here that we call the main pick one image. This, right? So I'll put the path, the name here, main pick one .jpg. So now let's define the style components. So I'll say cons container styled dot. This will be a section. I need to import the styled component dot section. Give the backticks and I'll copy that and paste. Now this first one will be the image container and this will be the image. This will be img and this will be a div. Right. So if I save that, let's see, we should get the image, right? So let's style it a bit better. Let's style it properly. So in the image here, I'll give it, first of all, I'll give it a width of 100%. So it takes the full width. So if I save that, so now we have the image in full, right? So next, I want margin at the right and left. So I'll give the margin for the right and left and make sure it has this border radius. So let's do that. So I'll come to the image. Let's first do the border radius. I'll say border radius. I'll say 20 pixels. I'll save that and we should have the border radius right. So now let's give the margin. Now for this margin, I will give the margin in the container, the section that holds the image container, right? So I'll give the margin to this container. So in the container, I'll say margin. Now I want the top to not have any margin at all. I want only the left and right to take some margin, right? So I'll say 0 for the top and bottom, and for the right and left, I'll say for rem. If I save that, and we should have the margin at both sides, the right and left, right? Let's see. Let's add a little bit more. Let me say 4.75. Save that. And yes, it's a bit better now. So we have the margin and the border radius. So I need to add the text, the heading, and the button as well. So to do that, we need to come in this container. In this container, we will create another container. Let me call it info or information. No, let me say info container. You can call it whatever you like. Now in this info container, we will have this header and this description, then this button, right? So now inside this info container will be a div, right? So inside the info container, I'll say heading, and this will take the air, sleep, and dream, right? Now, in this info container as well, below the heading, I will add another description. Let me just say DESC. That will be find and book. Find and book a great experience, right? And the button, for now, we won't use this custom button. I will just create a button here. Let me just say the search button. Or let me see. Is it search? Yes, search. Start your search. Let me say search button. Or let me just say button for now. Let me just say button. I will still later change it to the custom button. Let's just say start your search. Start your search. And let's create the component, the start component. So I'll copy this image container and paste it few more times. This will be for the info container, this for the heading, this for the description, this for the button. Now let's change it. Copy the info container, paste it, the heading, copy, paste it as well. Copy the description, paste it, copy the button, and paste it. So I'll change this to be a button, and this will be a paragraph. Let me leave it as a paragraph. So I'll leave it as the p tag, and yeah, and this heading will be an header. So let me just say h1, and this info container will be a div, like so. So if I save that and we see what we have, okay, yeah, we have it below here, the year sleep dream, and the description, as well as the button. Now let's style it better so we can have it at the top here, inside the inside the info container, image container. So let's start with the heading. I will first give the heading. I will increase the font size. Let me increase the font size and say font size. We'll give it 9 rem. 9 rem. I'll save that. And for the description, this description, I will also give it a font size. Let me copy this font size and I will paste it in here, font size, and I'll change the font size to 3 rem. Let's save that, and if we check, we see now we see this space here, and why we have this space here is because heading basically, and each one we take by default, we take a margin in most browsers by default. Let's inspect and see. If we check, we see it as a margin at the top and bottom that comes with it. Now, it varies based on the type of browser, but as you can see, we have the margin. So if I close that up, let's see how we can fix that. To fix the margin we have by default, I will just go to the heading, the H1, and just add a margin of 0. So if I say 0, if I save that, we should have the margin removed. Okay, fine, better. So now we need to style the button. We need to style the button. Let's style the button. First, let's see what exactly we want to style. We want to give the button a background color of blue. We want the text to have to be white in color. We want it to change to a potter when hovered over. What else? We will give it some padding at the top and the right and the left. And it will also change the font weight to bold, right? And make sure it doesn't have a border, right? So now let's do that. Let's Let me just move this here so we can see it directly as we save it. So now starting with the button, let me first change the background color. I'll change the background color to blue, right? And the border radius, let me give it a border radius of 2 rem. Border radius 2 rem, and I'll give it the color. Now the color in this context basically means the text color. This start your search, right? So I'll say color, I'll say white, and I save that. Let me increase the font size a little bit. The font size, it looks too small. I'll say something like 1.5 rem font size. 1. Let me say 1.75. 1.75. Save that. Now let's see. Okay, that's a bit better. Let's make it bold. I'll say font weight bold, and yeah, that's better. Now let's add padding inside here. So we'll have spaces at the top and the bottom and the right and left. So I'll say padding for the top and the bottom. I'll say 1 rem. For the right and left, I'll say 2 rem. I save that. Let's see what we have. Okay, now that's a bit better. You see this black border around it? We don't want the border. So I'll come here and say border. I'll say none. So it will remove the border around it here. Okay, fine. We have the border. Let me increase the padding for both top and bottom and the right and the left. So I'll say 1.5, and here I'll say 2.5. I'll save that, and we should have the padding increased. Now that's good. Now the border radius doesn't look too good. Let me increase it a bit. As you can see, it is here. So let me increase it a bit. So I'll give it zero point 0.5, and I save that. Yeah, it is better now. So I want it such that when it is over, that's when it changes the background color to blue. So the first one is not actually, the initial one is not actually blue. So let's see how we can adjust that. So let me just copy this background color property and create this over. I'll use the ampersand. I'll say over, and in here I'll change the background color. I'll just paste that I copied earlier. I'll change it to blue. So I'll change this one from blue to give it, and I'll give it a particular code. I'll say hash 85C799. So if I save that, let me change it to cursor pointer. Okay, now we have the background color. When we over it, it changes to blue, and the pointer has been fixed. So now we have the button all set. Now we need to move this content is in the info container, right? This heading, description, and button are all inside this info container, but we need to move it to the top. So to do that, how do we do that? We need to use a particular property called position. Now, this position property has several values like relative, the absolute, static, fixed, and so on. But we won't go in depth into all these values. The major two we'll be focusing or that we'll be using now in order to move this content from the info container to the image container is just relative and absolute. So now, how the position property works is that when we give the parent component, so to speak, yeah, when we give the parent component a position of relative, the child component takes the position of absolute. Then we can use some other properties like the top, bottom, right, left to adjust the child component adjust the child component, which is this info container, such that it will fit a particular position that we want it to be on the parent component. And this is the child component, so to speak. And we want it to be in this position of the parent component, which is this container, the main container. So we have to use the position property for the parent and make it relative. And as for the child component, which is the info container, which is inside the main container, you have to give it a position of absolute, right? So say position absolute. Now, if I save that, nothing will happen because we need to use some other properties like the top, right, left, bottom, and left properties to specify the position within this parent component where we want it to be positioned. So now what I'll do is that in this info container, I will give this top property. I'll say 0. If I save that, we should see the child component, the info container move up. Right. Exactly. And what this top does is that it just specifies the distance between the top edge of the positioned element and the top edge of its containing element, which is the container. For example, now, if I say the top should be something like 20 pixels, and if I save that, that means the element, the child component, will be positioned down from the top of its containing element, as you can see here, 20 pixels down from the main component, its ancestor. But I want it to be 0, right? I'll just say 0 and set it as it was before for the top. And we have it at the top, right? So this is the info container. So let me just adjust this a bit. So, and I'll remove the menu. So now I can as well use the right, the left property because we want this info container to have the space at the left and at the top. So I can use the left as well to position it, this info container. But instead of that, I can still also use, I can also say something like padding. I can use the padding. So I can say padding, maybe 10 rem for the top and the bottom, and for the left, for the right and left, basically right and left, I can say something like 15 rem. If I save that, we should have the info container move a little bit down and below and at the left. But unlike this, we want it to break. We want it to break. We want, this is the info container. I can just give it something like a width. So it will break at the sleep. So I can just say 50%. And if I save that, that should make the heading break right after the sleep. Yeah, exactly. Let's adjust the padding. Let's give more. For the top and the bottom, we'll say 14 pixels. And for the right and left, let me say 10. No, let me say 10. Let me say 10 rem. If I save that, okay, now it's better. It is better like this. We have the info container. Now we have our hero section all set. Now let's move to the adventure section where we will create this header section and this beautiful slider. So now let's create this adventure section where we will have this header and this slider. This header will be a custom header that will have this header title as well as the header description. So let's get started. And here in the adventure section, we are returning a div which has this text adventure section. So let me just change this to tab and 4, and I'll format this and I'll save this. And in our pages, the home page, I will call or define the adventure section, import it and save that. And below here, we should see the adventure section. So now right in adventure section, I will return a container, and this will be more or less like a section or a div. And in this container, we will have this header section. So now let's first create something like a header container that will wrap both this header title as well as the header description, right? So now in this container, I will say this header container. The header container will hold both the header title and the header description. Container, close that. And in this header container, we will say the header title and as well as the header description. The header description will be right below after this header title. So I'll say header description. Yes. So now let's create the styled component for each of these. So say container, and that will be styled. Import the styled components dot section. This will be a section. The backticks and the. So I'll copy this and paste it few number of times. This will be for the header container. This will be for the header title and this for the header description. So let's just change that. This copy and paste the header container. This for the header title, paste it, and this for the header description, right? So the header description, as you can see here, would be a paragraph, a p tag. The header title, this is big, looks like an h2. Let's say h2, an header, or yeah, h2 or h1, but I'll leave it as h2. So now this header container would be a div, and I can leave this container as a section. Yes, so I'll save that, and if we check, we will see nothing yet. So now let's just copy this. Let's go on an adventure. So I'll copy that and I'll paste it here in the header title, right? Paste that here. Let's go on an adventure. And for this header description, I will also copy this, find and book a great place, and I will paste it in here. So if I save that, we should see this here, right below here. So now let's style it to make it uh, better. So now the first thing I need to do is to, let me first increase the font sizes of this text, the header title and the header description. So for the header title, the H2, I'll give it a font size of 5 rem. I'll say font size, I'll say 5 rem. Save that. And for the header description, I'll say something like maybe 2.5 rem or 2 rem. paste that, and let me just say 2.5 rem, and I'll save that as well. So we should have the font size increased. But we see this margin that comes out of this H2, just like we saw previously. And instead of just giving this margin 0 at this header title again for the H2, we can just come here to our index.css, and I can just come here and just give the CSS universal or wildcard selector, and I'll just say margin, and I'll say 0. Now this will apply to any or all of the types of elements in basically an HTML page. So if I save that, we should have the margin removed, right? So I'll close that up, and we have that solved. Now I want to apply margin to the top as well as the bottom. So I will do that in the container, which has the section, and I'll give it a margin of 7 rem. Let me just say 7 rem, and for the top and the bottom, and for the right and the left, I'll say 3 rem. And if I save that, we should have the margin at the top and bottom. So now I need to move this text, this header container text. I need to move it to the center, and this is the header container. So now right here in this header container, I will give a property called text align. Now this text align takes a value called center, and if I save that, we should have the text aligned at the center. Right now we've achieved this header title and description in the center. So now let's apply a little more styling to the header section. I want to give a little space for this header description at the top, so that there's a clearly distinct space between the header description and the header title. So right here in the header description, I'll say margin top. I'll give it margin top of say 1.5 rem. So there will be a little space between these two, right? And with that, we've already done or fixed the header section. So now let me just create a custom header component here. Right inside this custom directory, I'll create a file, and I'll say custom header.jsx, and I'll create a function that will have this custom header, and here I will copy this header section that we created here. I'll copy it, or let me just cut it out, and I'll paste it in this component that we just created, right? So let me format it properly, and I'll copy the styled component as well. I'll cut that, I'll paste it here, and I'll import the styled component. And if I save that, we won't see anything yet. But if I save this, we'll have this gone. So now I can just call or define this custom header. Oh, I got the spelling wrong. Let me rename that custom. It should be custom. So I need to adjust it. Custom. Save that. So now let's call or define this custom header here. So I'll say custom header, automatically import it, and I'll save that, and we should have a custom header right back. So we can reuse it anywhere. So let me just use the props, so we dynamically display the custom header. So I'll cut this out, and I'll say here we should have the title, and here we have the description. So let me cut this, and this should be the description. We have the description. So let me pass it the props here, destructure it, and we should have the title and the description, right? So I'll save that, and in here I'll have to display the data. So here I'll say title. What's the title? Let's go on an adventure. Paste that, and for the description, that should be find and book a great experience. So I will paste that too and save that. Fine. So now we have our custom header created. So now let's move to this slider. So now to create the slider, we will need to install a library called the React Slick. It is used for creating sliders in React applications. And with it, we can create responsive sliders with various settings and configurations. So I'll open the terminal here and I will install the slider. So I'll say npm install React Slick and just give it some time for the command to run. You can go to the React Slick documentation and read more about the settings and configuration and style it according to your preference. So I can now also install the CSS. So say npm install Slick carousel. So now we have the library installed. So now let's style our components. So I'll just close this up, and right in this container below this custom header, I'll create a styled, let me just call it a styled slider component. And in this styled slider component, I need to create this image and this text container. So in this styled slider, I'll just say slider content. And this slider content, we hold both the image and the text. Now inside this slider content, I'll create an image, and this will be an image that will have parts. And for the parts, we have the image right here in this adventure pick 1 SVG 2 and 3. I'll just close that up and let me move this here. So we have it in the images and adventure pick 1.svg. So now we need to create this text container, right? So below this image, I will create another component. I'll call it slider text container, and that will hold both this text and this text. So I'll say container, and inside this slider text container, I'll have the slide text. You can call it whatever you want, slide text. And I'll also have the, let me just say, places, right? Now in this slide text, we'll have some, text. Let me see if I can copy this. So I can copy it. So I'll just say camping amidst the wild, right? And for the places, I'll say 6, 7, 8, 9 places. So now let's create the styled component. So I'll just copy this and paste it few number of times. Let me remove the margin. So this will be for the styled slider, and this will be for the slider content. This will be for the text container. This will be for the slide text, and this will be for the places. So let me call these places, and this will be the slide text. I'll paste that here. Okay, there's a typo here. Change that. And this will be for the slider text container. This will be for the image. This will be for the slider content. So I need one more, and that will be, let me copy this, paste this again, and this will be for this styled slider. Right, we have all the components created. Now let's change the element. Now this will be a link, right? We can just say maybe a p tag. We can give it a p tag or a link if we want it to be clickable. And this slide text will also be a paragraph. The slider text container would be a div, and the image would be an image. The slider content will be a div as well, and the styled slider. Now for this styled slider, we won't use a div, neither will we use a section, but we will be using the slider coming from the library that we just installed. So here I'll just give these brackets and I'll say slider. Now I'll import this slider. You can see this slider that I want to use here is from the React Slick package or library that we installed. So I'll click this slider and I'll import it here. If it doesn't import automatically, you might want to do that manually. I'll also import some other things. So I'll say import, and I'll say, yeah, I want to import the slick carousel, and I'll say slick, and I'll say slick.css. Let me just type it out. Slick.css. Right. So I'll also import the Slick theme. I'll say import Slick carousel, Slick, and that is found in the Slick theme.css. Right. So I've saved that, and let's see what we have. Now we see the image. Now let's duplicate it, say maybe 2 or 3 more times. So I'll copy this slider content and paste it 2 more times. I'll paste it and paste it. And if I save that, we should have the slider. We won't see the others yet, but if I slide like this, we should see it. Let's change the image a little bit. So I'll call this one 2 and I'll call this one 3. Save that and we should see the images. Right. So now let me briefly explain what this is. So instead of using a div or a section or any of the HTML elements, I wrapped this styled with this slider. And this slider is coming from this React Slick library that we installed, right? So now by wrapping this slider with this styled, I can apply custom styles to this slider component, right? So now whenever we wrap, we would see we'd see others as we go on. So whenever we wrap or whenever we use this styled and we wrap something in it, maybe a component or another package or a component from another library, we are basically creating a new styled component, which is this, based on the provided component. So now this new styled component will inherit all the properties and behaviors of the original component, but with added styles when we add other styles here. So this is more or less like a new component that will inherit some of these properties, and which is the slider. That is why we are able to slide through this content, right? So that's basically a very simple explanation. We would also see others as we go on, maybe when we start using something like the link from the React router DOM and so on. So now that's basically why we wrapped this slider with this style. So we can create a new component, and that will inherit properties of this slider, and we can as well add additional styles to it, right? So now let's add more styles to the slider. I want the text at its bottom here to come to the right hand side here, and increase the font weight, and also put these places in something like a container. So now let's do that. So now this is the slider content, and the slider content is the div that holds this image and this slider text container together. So I want this image and this slider text container to align horizontally instead of vertically as it is. So I'll have to give the styles in this slider content. So now in this slider content, I'll just give it a display of flex and save that. And yes, we should see, okay, we do not see the display flex. And why is that? Let me check. Let me just inspect. We check. Okay. We have this display block, and yes, we see we have this display inline block, right? And if I uncheck that, we see this is exactly what is making the display flex not work, because of these styles, these conflicting styles. So to solve this, we just need to add uh, another property, or we need to add this CSS selector. We need to add this such that it overrides that style, that conflicting style. So I'll just say important. And if I save that, we should have this come here. So let me make it come to the center. So I'll just give it a property of align items, and I'll say center, and I'll save that, and we should have it in the center. Now let's increase the font sizes as well as give it some margin. So for the slide text, I will first increase the font size. I'll give it a font size of 2 rem. Say font size, and I'll say 2 rem. So I've increased the font size now, and we have it increased. So now for these places as well, I want to increase the font size, but it won't be up to this. So I'll say font size. I'll say, let me just say 1.5 rem, and I'll save that. Right. So we have that places. The places should be bold. Let's add the font weight of bold, and we also need to give it a background color so that we can have that container that encloses these places. So I'll say background color, and I'll give it a particular code. I'll say E6, E8, EC. Right, this code. I'll save that, and we should have the places. Let's style it a bit more. Let's give it padding. Let's give it some padding. I'll give the top 5 pixels, and I'll give the top and bottom, the right and the left, I'll say 10 pixels. Right. So let me just give it some border radius. I'll give it border radius of 20 pixels, and I'll save that, and we should have the border. Right. So let's add some styles to the image. Yeah, I'll say I'll give it a max width of 100%, and as well I will say the height should be auto. Now I'll also give it a margin. Let me give it a margin at the top. I'll say 1 rem, and I'll save that. And this, okay, I guess this is probably because of the margin. We can add margin to this, or better still, let me just change this to an a tag, and if I save that, we should have this. Now we need to create the space between the uh, slide text and the places, right? So to do that, I'll just come to the slide text. Here's the slide text. I'll give it a margin at the top of 2 rem, and the right and left, I would say it should be 0. So I'll save that, and we should have the margin. Let's check. Okay, yes, that's a bit better now. So now let's make sure that these slides are aligned properly. So to make this slider, come together and align properly, we have these settings object that define the configuration options for the slider that we used in this React Slick library. Now, these settings basically specify the various settings for the slider, such as, the number of slides to show, the scrolling behavior, responsiveness, and so many others. This setting just helps us to define how the slider behaves and how it would look on different devices. So I'll say settings. You can check out the React Slick documentation to read more about it. But for now, we'll just see a few or some of the settings or the configuration options that we can use in this React Slick slider. The first one is to make this slide, to make the slide align properly. I'll just use this slide to show. Just say slide to show. I'll give the number of slides that I want to show. So if I say 2, for example, I'll come here to the styled slider, and I'll pass these settings as something like a props. So we would have some other more here. We would have more here. So in these settings, we still have more configurations. So I will just, pass it as props, and I'll just say settings, and I'll save that, and we should see 2 slides here, right? You can see like so. So if I change it to 3, we should see the 3 slides. Yeah, exactly. So let me just leave it as 3 like this. And another settings or configuration options we can add is infinite. So if I say infinite, and I say true, and I save that, we okay. I guess that's probably because we just have three slides. So let me just create one more, copy this and duplicate it. And if I paste that, we should be able to slide through. Yes. So now this is what infinite means. It continues to scroll all the way through. But if I change it to false and I save that, we it won't scroll when it reaches the end like this. You see, it doesn't scroll. If I slide through, this is the last one and it stops right there. So we can either set it to true or false. So let me just leave it as true. We can also set the slide to scroll. So I'll just say, let me say slides to scroll, slide to scroll, SCROLL. And if I say one and I save that, if we scroll once, we can only scroll once. If I try to scroll two times, or if I try to scroll two slides at once, let's try that. Let me see. You see, it doesn't scroll, it falls back to this one. Let me try to scroll another one to see, for you to see as an example. So I'll try to make these two slides, this and this, scroll at the same time. It will fall back to this one, right? So if I change it to 2 for us to see and I save that. So if I scroll once, or if I scroll once, if I scroll this slide alone, this would also move as well. So let me just scroll once and we see the next one moves. So if I scroll just this one will follow it. So let's try it. I'll scroll once and we see the next one follows it. So just like that. So let me change it to 1 and I'll save it as 1. We also have another settings or configuration option, and that is the initial slide. Initial slide, white spelling, initial slide, and I'll say 0. Now we'll see the importance of this initial slide later on, probably when we start dealing with the responsiveness. But for now, let me just leave it as 0 as it is. So there are so many other configuration options or settings that we can apply to this slider, but these are just few of them. Like I said earlier, you might want to go through the React Slick documentation to read more about this package or this library. So another one is something like the dots. So if I say dots and I say true and I save that, we should see these dots here, right here. We can click on it for to move through the slides, and as we slide we see the indicator move as well, right? So that is it. There are so many others like that. So I'll just remove these dots. I don't want it. You can either set it to true or false, or better still, just remove it or and leave it like that. And don't forget to add this so this styled slider will be able to apply these properties right in the slides. So another thing we can do is, add some padding to this slider such that we have space between this custom header and this slider. So I'll just come to the slider itself, because this is the slider. This is the new component we created based on this slider coming from the React Slick. So right in this slider, I'll use this selector called Slick Slide. And with this selector, I can apply styles to individual of these slides that we have here. So here, I'll just need to give it some padding. I'll say padding, and I want to apply padding to the top of these slides and not the right and the left. So I'll just say give it a padding of 5 rem and top and bottom. And for the right and left, I'll say 0. So if I save that, we should have this space here. So we can also, give it some other more styles, like say something like width of 100% and some other ones like, I can just say it's outline none and just style it. So you can apply individual styles to this slider itself. So let me just leave it at that. And here we see, okay, this is our text, the slide text. Let's see what's there. The slide text. Okay, we have this something like margin here. Let's go to the slide text. Okay, we have this margin top, bottom, right, and left 2 pixels. Let me make it such that this text aligns horizontally with these places. And why it's not currently aligned with these places is because of this margin 2 rem we gave here. When we provide one value here like this, it basically means for all sides, the top, the bottom, the right, and the left. But to remove this from for the left, I will just come here and say 0. So it will apply only for the top and bottom and not the right and the left. So if I save that, we should have this come to this side. So it's as aligned properly. So now we have our slider created. So now we have our slider created. And instead of duplicating this data like this, we want to create a model directory. And in it, we can create an array of objects that represents each of these slides. So let me just come here and in this src, I'll create a directory that I will call models. And in these models, I'll create an adventure.js file. And here I'll create an array so that we can be able to map through it and return it. I'll say slider data. Here I'll create the objects. So now yeah, I'll say image. We want to have, first off, we want to have, let's just say ID. We'll say 1. And we want an image. And we give the path here. And right here, we'll give the slide text. Let me just say slide text. So for this slide text, I'll say luxury resorts at the sea. And for the link, let me just call it link text. I'll say 9326 places. So I'll just copy it and paste it few number of times. Let me copy it. But let me add the image part first off. So I'll come here and copy it from here. Copy it and paste it here. So let's copy it and paste it. How many times? 2, 3, 4, or 5, whichever you want. So I'll change this to 2. This should be 3, 4, and 5. So I'll change the path to the image name will be 2. This will be 3. This, we have just 3 images, right? So I'll call this 2 and I'll leave this as 1. So I can just change some of the numbers here and I'll say this one should be 9. No, let me say 6. Let me say 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, and I can just copy it and paste it here again. Let me paste it here. So I'll add the comma here. So we can save that now and I can map through this. So let me first remove this slider content. Let me remove all and leave one, only one. I'll leave this one. So now I'll cut this one out and then I'll map through this data coming from here and I'll return the slider content that I just copied now. So I'll say slider data and this slider data is coming from this slider data here and we need to import it. Okay, it's not importing it automatically. Let me see. Okay, yes, we did not export it. So let me just export it here and say export default and I'll say slider data. Right, I'll save that and here we should be able to use it. Slider data, you see. models adventure. So I'll click that and we have it imported here. So we have access to it. So I'll map through the data. I'll say map, and this takes a callback function. And in the callback function, we have two variables, the data and the index. The data is the variable that contains the current elements of the slider array, which is an object representing the slide data. And the index is the variable that contains the index of the current elements in the array. Starting from 0, 1, 2, and all that like that. So that is the data and the index. So mapping through it, we can now return this, can return this that we copied earlier, this slide content, and return this slide content. Let me format it well. And in this slide content, we can now change the data that we are returning here. For example, now this image, it won't be this part again, but we have to fetch this part from here, right? So first off, I need to change the key. This key is just used to uniquely identify elements within the array. So let me first change the key, and let me first set the key, and I'll say key will be index. And I said index earlier is more or less like the variable that contains the index of the current element. So this is something like, this is 0. This first one is 0. It starts from 0. This first one is 0. So when it maps through this data that we are fetching, the first array or the first item that it will be returning, the key would be the index, which is 0. And that is what uniquely identifies it, right? So now for the source, for this source, I'll give the source, or say now we'd have to use this data that we are fetching here, this data that we passed here, and is the variable that contains the current element in the slider data. So I'll say data dots. I'll use the dots and I'll say image. And this image is coming right from this image here, right? So now I'll just copy this and I'll use it for the others as well. For this slide text, I'll paste this here and I'll change it to slide text, and I'll copy that as well and paste it for this slide link, or is it not slide link? Let me check. Okay, link text, say link text, and I'll paste that. And if I save that, nothing will happen because our data is still correct. But I need to change this slide text. So we have this luxury resort at the sea for all. So let me just change it so each of them becomes unique. For this second one, I'll say campaign amidst the wild. And for this one, I will say another adventure destination. So I'll copy this and use it here. Okay, we already have it here. So let me just copy this another adventure and I'll paste it here. Right. So let me change this to wild and I'll save that. So we have the data dynamically coming from the models, right? More or less like we are fetching it from an API. So when we later fetch data from our API, it is be something like this, such that we have the data in form of an array, the JSON format, and we can map through it and display it dynamically here. So that is it on the slider. So let's quickly change the font family of this text that we see here. The text is slightly different from this, and let's see if we can change it and also fix this margin that we have here. Earlier, when we set this, let me go to the index.css. When we set this margin and we use this CSS selector, to apply this margin to all elements in this web page by using this star, it's affected this uh, margin here. You see, let me comment it out and save that, and you see right here. So it's either we, you know, leave it like that and go to this description and apply some margin, or we remove this and make sure that the reason why we set this earlier, we add the styles to it. So I'll leave it like this and go to this and adjust it. But first, let's fix the font family. So I'll say font family urbanist. So I'll say URBANIST. So let me just put it in quotes. Or if it doesn't find urbanist, it should use sans serif. So I'll save that, and we have the font family change, right? So let me come here to this hero section 1. This is our hero section 1, and this here we have this description: find and book a great experience. So that is this description. So I'll come to this description and add the margin for the top and the bottom. I'll just say maybe 2 rem, and for the right and left I'll say 0. So if I save that, that should fix this that we add here. So that is just for the font family and the margin. So now let's move to the other section, and the next section is this work section. So let's create the components, and in this home page, right in this home page, under the components directory, I'll create a file and I'll call it work section.jsx, and I'll create the function. Now in this home page, under the pages, in this home page, I will call this work section that I just created work section and import it. And if I save that, we should have the work section below here. So now the first thing we need to do is first create this work header, this header section, right? How it work, or how it works. It should be how it works. So I'll copy that, and yeah, we already created the custom header reusable component. So that should make our work quite easy. So let me just change this. Let me just format this. And here we will return a container. And this container would be a section. Now in this container, we want to first return this, or inside this container, we want to first put this custom header. Now this should be quite simple and straightforward since we've used it before. So now in this custom header, we just want to define the title and the description that is coming from this custom header as props. So I'll just say title, and I'll paste the how it work, or how it works, and the description, and I'll say keep calm and travel on and travel on. So I'll save that. Okay. Container is not defined. So let's define the styled components. The container styled components. I'll say container, and I'll say styled dot section. Let me import the styled component section. I'll give the backticks and I'll save that. So this should be const. And if I save that, we should have the how it works. You see how the custom component works, right? So let me just give this container some padding. I'll say padding. I'll say 90 pixel, or let me just say 9 rem, and this should be 8 rem. So now we have the space here. So now let's move to the main work section. This. So now let's create the component for this work section. And before we do that, I noticed this header description has it's quite different. The color is quite different from this one. It's not black, but here we have it as black. So let's change that, and we have to go to the custom header components, and in the header description here, we just need to give the color. Let me just say color, and I have the code. I'll just paste it here, and if I save that, we should have the color change, right? So now let's go and create the components for this work section. So right in the work section below this custom header, I will create a wrapper that will hold these three contents together. This content, the wrapper will hold this content together. And inside this wrapper, we would have each of these work section, or let me just call it work item, work items. And in these work items, we have basically three things: the image, this text, the title, and this description, so to speak. So in these work items, we are going to create this image, and it will be an image. We are going to create the work title, and the work description. So for the work description, I'll copy this, and this is book and relax. So I'll give the title book and relax, and I'll paste the description right here. Now I'll copy this few more times. Let me define the image. I'll say src, and I'll give the paths. Now we have the image in the images folder, and the image name is workpic1.png, right? So I'll give the paths images and the image name workpic1.png. So I'll copy this and paste it few more times. This is the work items. So I'll copy that, paste it 3 times, change this to 2, and change this to 3. Change the title of this to Smart Checklist, and change this to Save More. The description is the same. So that is it with the work component. So now let's style the components we just created. So now let's create the styled components, and I'll say const, starting with the wrapper. Say styled dot. The wrapper would be a div because it is the one holding this all together. So I'll say dot div, give the backticks, and close it. So I'll copy and paste this few more times. So this is for the work items, this is for the image, this is for the work title, and this is for the work description. So let's change that. I'll copy this work item and paste it here. Copy this image and I'll paste it here. The work title as well, and the work description, right? So I'll save that, and if we check, we should have this, but we do not have the image. Let's see why. Okay, that is because we've not specified the type of the element. So first off, I'll change this work descriptions. This work description is not a div, it's a text we have in here. So it should be a paragraph, and this work title as well. Let me see. Work title, okay. It's not too big. Let me just give it as H3. Let me say H3. And this image would be IMG. And this work items would be a div. And this wrapper too would be a div as well. So let's save that and see. Now we have this. Yes. So now let's style it a bit better. The first thing we want to do is to make sure that it is aligned horizontally rather than vertically, right? So what is holding these work items together? And that is this wrapper. So we have to give this wrapper a display flex so that it aligns this work items components horizontally, right? So I'll come to this wrapper right here, and I will say display flex, and I'll save that, and our items be aligned horizontally. Yes, exactly, we have it horizontally. So now let's style it a bit further. Let me close this menu and adjust this a little bit so we can see it directly as we save it. So I want the work items, they are too close together. I want it to be spaced. I want there to be spaces in between these work items, each of them just as it is here. So what I need to do right in this wrapper, I'll give it a justify content, and I'll say space between. And if I save that, the work items should be spaced. Yes, like this exactly. So now, what other styles can we give it? Let's adjust the font sizes of the title and the description. At the work title, this H3, I'll come here and I'll give it a font size. I'll give it a font size of 2 rem, or let me say 2.4 rem, and I'll save that. And for the work description as well, I'll give it a font size of 2 rem. Let me just copy this and paste it here in the work description and remove the point 4 and save that because it's a bit smaller. Now, I need to give it color too. I need to change the color of the work description. I have a code and I'll say 777E90, right? And this should be black automatically. Let me change the font weight of the work title. I'll give it bold, and I want padding at the bottom here. So I'll just say padding bottom, and I'll give it 1.5 rem, and I'll save that. We should have the padding at the bottom right here. Right, exactly. And the color change as well. So I want this title, this work title and description, and this image as well. I want them aligned at the center. So I just need to come to these work items, the div, and I just need to give it a property of text align. Just say text align, say center, and I'll save that. And we should have the text, these work items aligned at the center. Let me just give it some margin so it removes parts of this text. I'll say margin right. I'll give it at the right, and I'll say 7 rem. And also, let's make sure that each of these work items div take the same space, or they have the same space. So right here in the work item, I would also give it a flex of 1. So they both have, 3 of them have the same, take the same available space. So if I save that, we should have this here, right? Exactly. So we have this work item created, or this work section created, and I can just give this wrapper that holds this work item. I can just give it some margin at the top here. So we have this space between the header and the work item. So I can just say margin. Let me just say margin top, and I can just say maybe 4 rem or something, just to give the space between these two, right? And now we have our work section created. So now let's move to this featured section. So now moving to the featured section, we will start by creating the header section. And since we already have the custom header, we will reuse that here. So now what I need to first do is come to this home page directory under the components, and I'll create a new file. And this file, I will call it featured section. Now in this featured section, I'll create a component. I'll say rafce, and this will be our featured section. Let me format this and I'll save this. Now in the home page section, in the home page here, I'll define or reference this featured section below this work section. Say featured section, and we have the featured section from the components home page. Port that and save that, and we should see the featured section below right here. So now let's style the featured section. Let's start with the header section here. Now I'll return a container, and this container would be a section, and in this container I can now call the custom header from the custom under component, and after calling it, I'll now define the title and the description. I'll say title, and the title is live anywhere. I'll copy that and I'll paste it here. And for the description, keep calm and travel on. I'll copy that too and I'll paste it here. And if we save that, should have the custom header. Oh, okay, we've not defined the container, so I'll copy this container here. I'll come and say paste the container, and I'll say style.section. Give the backticks and close that. I save that. Okay, I didn't import the styled component. Save that, and we have this live anywhere, keep calm and travel on. Now we have the header created. So now let's create the main featured section itself. And for this featured section, we will be creating 2 reusable components. And the first one is this image container. This image container, the one that holds the image. And the second one is this featured grid. This featured grid box itself, the one that holds the image as well as this title and subtitle. so to speak. So that is what we will be creating. So let's do that. And first off, we'll come to this component, this custom directory, and I'll create a file in this custom directory, and I will call it custom image container. So this will be a custom image container. And in this image container, we have just this image. Yes, it will hold just the image, but we would still put, these styles like this, this transition and transform style. And why we are creating this custom image container components, making it reusable, is so that we can also use it here as well, right? So that is why we are creating it. So I'll just say the function. I'll just define the function and custom image container. I'll save that. And I'll also create the second component, and that one will be a custom featured grid box. So I'll say custom featured grid box. Right. So we have the custom featured grid box, and I'll create the function, say RAFCE, and we have the custom featured components. I'll save that. So now I'll come and create this main featured section itself, right? We said earlier in the beginning of this course of this project that we would structure our code so that it can be reusable and maintainable, right? So that is why we are doing all this. So here in this home page under the components, I'll create another file and I'll call it I've created that already. We have it here, this featured section. Now in this featured section, I'll call this custom featured grid box, right? But I would put it in another container, or let me say a section or a div. Yeah, I'll put it in a div. So in here, I'll say something like featured grid container, and I'll close that. So this will be a div. So let's create the styled component. I'll copy this. Let me copy this and I'll paste it here. Copy this grid container and paste it here. So it will be a div. Now I can now call this custom featured grid box that we created. I'll say custom featured grid box this, and I'll save that. And if we check, we have the custom featured grid box. Now this custom featured grid box is coming from here. This is it, custom featured grid box. This component, this reusable component that we created, right? So now let's start with the image container. This image container, we start with the image container, and remember that this image container, we will still call or define the image container in this custom featured grid box, right? I hope you understand what we did there. This is the image container, right? This is the image container. This, including this title and description, is the custom featured grid box. It holds this image container and as well as this two data, right? So since we have this image container in another component, we have to define it inside this custom featured grid box, right? So that is what I meant earlier. So now in this custom image container, let me format this. We will return a container or a div, yeah, so to speak, that holds an image, right? So right here, I'll create this image container. I'll say image container, and this will be a div, and it will hold this image, right? So let's just create this styled component. So I'll say const, I'll copy this image container and paste it here. So I'll say styled, import the styled component. I'll say dot div, give the backticks and close it. So I'll copy this and paste it again and change this to image and change this div to img, right? So we can reuse this custom image container elsewhere, but to reuse it, we need to pass some props to it so that whenever we are reusing it, we'll be able to define the value of those props, and it will be able to show this image and this div wherever we are using it. So I'll come here and say what are the things we want to pass to it. We want to pass the source, which is the image part, yes, and maybe the alt, and what else, maybe the border radius, because the border radius of this will differ from this, right? So I'll come here and I'll say source src, I'll say alt, and let me say border radius, Right. So right here in the image itself, I will say src, and I'll pass the source and the alt as well. Right. So now let's style this image. Now the image will have a width of 100%, and let me just say height of auto. And now here comes the transition part. So now for this zoom in and out effect, for this zoom in and out effect, we have to use a property, the transition and transform property in this image container, that helps us to, make this scaling effect over some seconds with, this ease in and out timing, so that when we over it, it makes this scaling effect. So we will use the transform and transition property. So for now, we will not do it. We will do it when we add the image. But for now, let's go to this custom featured grid box and reuse this custom image container here. And also as well, pass this image and the alt and other props so we can display the image. So in this custom featured grid box, I'll remove this div here, right here, and I will return a grid box. Let me say a grid box, and this grid box will be a div, right? This grid box will hold this content, the image, this image container, and this title and subtitle, right? So in this grid box, I'll create another container, more or less like a div. The image box, I'll call it image box, and this image box will hold this image container, custom image container. Yes, so this is the div that will hold the custom image container, and below it here, we can now create this title and subtitle container, right? So for the title and subtitle container, I will call it text container, right? So it will be inside here. So let me just for now define this or reuse this custom image container. So I'll come here and I'll call the custom image container. So this is it. I'll import it and I'll close that like so. So here in this text container, I'll create this featured title component. Let me just call it featured title component or featured title, and I'll pass the text in it. This enjoy the great code. Copy that and I'll paste it in here. And for the subtitle, I'll say featured subtitle or featured description, anyone you like. And I'll copy the text here and I'll paste it in here like so. So now let's define or write the styled component. So I'll say const. This one will be the grid box, and I'll say styled.div. I'll import the styled component and I'll give the backticks and I'll close that. So I'll copy that and paste it few number of times. This will be for the image box. This will be for the text container. This will be for the featured title, and this will be for the this featured description. We already have this custom image coming from this custom image component, so we don't need to define it here again. So I'll copy this and paste it here. This text container, I'll copy it, paste it here as well, and this featured title, paste it, as well as the featured description, paste it. They are all divs except this featured description. This will be a paragraph. Let's leave this as a paragraph p tag, and I'll leave the rest as a div. And the featured title also, the featured title will also be a paragraph. Yes, a p tag, right? So we can style this featured title, right? So if I save this, nothing will happen yet. We have just the text. We will not see the image because we have not passed this props image, this in the src. So I'll do that right here in this custom image container, and I'll say src, and I'll give the path, the image path. Images are under the images folder. So the image we want to use for this featured, I think it is this live, let me say live pic one.png. I guess let me save that and see if it's okay. This is the image, right? We see the image, it's in full, and we see this text, the title and the subtitle. Now this image is in full, so let's style it better so it becomes like this. So how do we style it? We'll come to this featured section and we will give some styles here. Now you see this image here, it is displayed in column, right? But here we have just one image and it is taking the full width of this featured section. But we want there to be three of these images in this featured section, but we have one. So we need to make this image smaller such that it will be able to take three of it in this featured section, right? So what we have to do now is to come to this featured grid container, this section, right? And this featured container should be a div. Let's just call it a div because we have this as a section. So this should be a div. And now in this featured container, we have to say display grid. Now what this display grid does is that it will make whatever we put inside this featured grid container, it will make them in grid, right? And we know what a grid is. It will make it such that they will have rows and columns, right? This is just showing three here because we have just three data that is coming from the API. If there are more than that, it will display them below right here. So it will display it in a grid format and we'll have it horizontally and vertically as well. So, but because this is not in a grid format, this is just a single image that is taking the full width of the featured section. You have to make sure that it is displayed in a grid format by using display grid. Now, if we save that, we won't get the image in a grid format. We have to use another property, and that property is the grid template column. And what this grid template column does is that helps us to specify the number and size of columns that we want in that grid. And let's use it. I'll say grid template column. Yes, this. And this grid template column takes a function that is called repeat. And this repeat takes two arguments, so to speak, if I would use argument. And first one is the number of items that we want in a column, right? And now I'll say 3, and for the fractional units, I'll say 1. And if I save that, we should see the image, right? Now, we do not see the remaining ones because we just have one data that are fetching from here, from the custom feature, just one, right? And that is why we see just one image. But if I come here and I try to duplicate this, copy it and paste it, we should see the second one. So if I paste it few more times, we should see it in a grid format. You can see. So if there are more of this data, it will be displayed in a grid format, right? You can see how the grid works. So if I change this to something like 2 and I save that, we will see that column is 2, right? So with the grid template column, we can specify number of columns we want to have. So I'll just change this back to 3. I'll save that. And what this one rf basically does is just that is more or less like we are specifying that the width of each of these column of this grid should be the same. It means that the columns will have an equal width, taking up the full space of this web page. So that's basically what this fractional unit does, this RF. So now let's style this featured section, this data. Let's style it properly. So let me just remove this one, and later on we will create our models and fetch the data from the array. So now let's style it better. I'll come to custom featured grid box here, right here. Here we can give some styles like the font size, border radius, padding, so on, and aligning it at the center. So let's do that. Now starting from the featured description, I want to increase the font size first off. So I'll say font size, I'll give it 1.6 rem, and I also want to change the color. I'll give it code. I'll say hash 77790, right? So I'll save that. And for the featured title, I'll also increase the font size as well. I'll give the font size 1.8 rem. That looks a bit bigger than the featured description. I'll also give it the font weight. I'll increase the font weight. Let me say bold, or probably just give it 600. Sometimes the difference isn't that much. I'll change the color also of that as well, and I'll give it a particular code. Say 2326 and 2F, and I'll save that, and we should have it in bold, right? also want to change it to pointer, or say cursor pointer. And I also want to make sure that when I over it, it changes the text color from black to blue. So I'll use the over, the pseudo selector, say over, and I'll change the color to blue, or say color blue, right? So if I try to over on it, changes to blue, right? So I can now try to align this title and description at the center. So since they are in this text container, I'll come to the text container here, and I'll give it a property of text align, and the value will be center. So I'll save that, and it should align at the center. Right. So let me make sure that when I over on this, it changes to pointer, right? So I'll come here to the grid box, because the grid box is the one that holds this image as well as this text container, right? So right in the grid box here, I'll say cursor pointer, right? I'll save that, and when we over on it, we get the pointer, right? And I'll also give some margin at the top and bottom, so we have a distinct space from this header description and the grid box itself, and also at the right, at the left, and the left, right? So I'll come here and say margin, and for the top, I'll say the top I want 45, or let me just say 4.5 rem. And for the right and left, let me say 1 rem, and see how it does. Okay, we have this okay, we have this top and bottom, the right and left. Let me give this to be 2, and if I save that, okay, it is a bit smaller now. So we are getting closer to this look, right? So let's add the border, and we'll try to create the model so we can get the data. Or let me just do this before we move to the model. I can just come here to the to the featured section here, and I can just duplicate this 3 times and save that, and we should have the data right here. Okay, fine. Before we move to the model, we can just leave it as it is, and later on we'll create the model. So let's style it a bit further. I want to give the border radius, and to give the border radius, I have to give it in this image container, because it is this image container that holds this image itself, right? So, and we already created the props, and so let me just pass it here, and I'll say the border radius, and I'll define the props and the function, the callback function, the props. And so now I'll say props dot border radius, right? So I can use this, I'll copy this, and here in this border radius, I'll paste it, and I'll say border radius. Right. So we have the border radius in this image container. So whenever we use this image container anywhere, we can use this border radius styles, whatever border radius we put that provide. Oh, sorry, I need to change this to border radius. It is border radius, not border. So I'll save that, and we have no default value, so nothing will happen here. So let me just come to this custom. Where are we using the border? Where are we using the custom image? Yes, right here. So here I can just say border radius, and I'll just specify the value. How many? Let's see how this one is. Okay, this looks like a border radius of maybe 15 pixels or so. I don't know, let me see. Let's try 15 pixels. I'll save that, and we do not see the border radius. Why that? Let me check. Border radius. Okay, I guess because we are not seeing the border radius because we did not give this image box. We need to give this image box border radius as well. The border radius has been applied, but we won't see it. I think we need to give this image box border radius too. Let's try that. Let's see border radius, and let me say 15 pixels. Let's see, we do not have the border radius as well. Okay, I know why we do not have the border radius, and the reason is because it is overflowing. The image is overflowing, the image context is overflowing. So here in this image box, I need to give a property called overflow, and I'll hide it. Let me say hidden. If I save that, we should have the border radius, right? You see, okay, it looks smaller a bit. Let's change it to 20 pixels. Okay, now we have the border radius, right? So it's looking all good. Let's create this space. It's too close to the image. Let me see this. Okay, it is too close to the image. Let's create spaces between this container and the image container. And to create the space between these two, we see this description is too close to the title, and the title is as well too close to this image container. So instead of giving two different values for each of them, I can just apply a margin of top and bottom to this title, and it will create the space for between this title and the image container. So in this text container, no, sorry, in this featured title, I will just give a margin, or give it a margin of top and bottom. I'll say 1 rem for the top and bottom, and I'll say 0 for the right and left. And if I save that, we should have this space right there. Now, what else do we need to adjust? Okay, we see the padding. We see this space here at the right hand side. Padding can help us fix that. The right and the left. And yes, the right and the left. The gap, this space here in the middle, we can, since we are using a grid, we can use the gap to fix that. We don't have to use maybe margin right, or margin left to fix that. We can use the gap since we are using the grid, right? And for this we can use padding, right? Let's see. And this one is too close, the image container, this section is too close to the title header. So now let's do all that right now, and for that I'll just have to come to this image, this featured section. Yeah, we have is this in the featured section, and in this featured section at the container here, I'll give it a padding. I'll say for the top and the bottom, I don't want anything. Let's say we don't want anything, we don't want any padding, but we want to create this padding at the right and at the left, right? So I'll say maybe, let me say 9 rem. I'll save that, and we should have the padding right, just like this, right? It's close, and let me see, let me make it 10 rem, and let's see that. Okay, that is better, right? So we have the padding. And for the gap here, I can just come here to this featured grid container, and I'll give the gap property, and I'll say something like 40 pixels. I'll save that, and that's too wide. I guess it is because of the property, the margin I gave it here earlier. Let me see. Okay, this, let me change it to 1 rem. This is for the top and the bottom, and this is for the right and the left. So let me change it to 1 rem. Okay, let me give the bottom and the left 0, and if I save that, okay, fine, that's better. We have this styled already, right? That's better. Let me see again. So now let's fix this overing, so that when we hover on it, it gives us this scaling effect, ease in and out, right? Let's fix that. Let's do that here. So for the zoom in and out effect, we have to use the transform property. So there's a property called transform, so, and that helps us to scale, to zoom in and out of, to zoom this image in and out using the scale. So now right here in the image container, here is our image. Yes, right here in the image container, I'll create this over pseudo selector, so that when we over on the image, it zooms in and out. Right now it's not zooming in and out, so if I use the transform property and I say scale and I say 1.1, and if I save that, if we hover on it, it zooms in, and if we do not hover, it zooms out. So it creates this effect. Now to make it like this, you see when we hover, you have this zoom in and out effect. You see it is scaling, and it is kind of smooth. So you have to use the transition property right here in this image container. So I'll say transition, and I'll say transform the 0.6 seconds, and I'll say ease in out, right? and I'll save that. And if we zoom it, we see it zooms in and out. So with that, we have this ease in and out effect. Right. So that's all for this featured section. Let's see how we can create the models and just like we did earlier, and map through the data, fetch it here. So for the dummy data, I will just create a file in this models directory. I'll call it featured.js. And here in this featured.js, I'll create a featured data array. And the first one, I'll say image. Let me just say image source. Let me say image src, and we'll define the path here. And here I'll say the title. Let me just say the first one will be enjoy the great code. And for the subtitle, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. So I'll duplicate this, I'll copy it and paste it few number of times. Maybe let's say about 4 more times. Let me put the comma. I'll change the title of this to pick up the earliest sunrise, and this one will be stay unique. And I can just copy this, enjoy the great code. No, I'll copy this one of this. Let me copy this and I'll paste it here. I'll leave the properties, the number as it is. You can change it if you want to. I'll leave it as this. And for this image part, I will just define the image part, and let me just say images, and we have the image in the live pick one dot png. So let me just change the numbers. First one will be 2, this will be 3, and I'll say this one will be 1, and this will be 3. So I'll save that, and don't forget to export it. I'll say export default, and I'll say this featured data. Copy that, paste it here, and save that. So now we can map through this featured data. So I'll come to the featured section. Let me close this. So in here, in this featured section, I can just remove this custom components, remove all, excluding one, and I'll cut this one out. And in this featured grid container, I can map through the data from the featured data. So I'll just say featured data, and I'll import it here. I'll say import featured data. I'll say from, and I'll specify the path. You have it in the models. You have the featured, right? So we should have access to these strings, right? So in here, I'll just say feature data dot map, and it takes a callback function, and we have the data and the index, right? And return, what do we want to return? What we just cut out now, and that is the custom featured grid box. I'll format that, and we have it here. So in here, I can just specify the key, which will be the index. And if we have the ID provided in the array, we can just say data.id. But if we don't, we can just leave it as index. And for the data, I'll say we have the data, right? So if I save that, we see we have data, right? We have the data, but we do not have title. Okay, it is not dynamic. The images are still the same. Okay, and that is because when we return this custom featured grid box, let's go to the custom featured grid box. We see in here that we still have the same image, and we have this data. This enjoy the great code is not dynamic yet, it's still hard coded. So we have to ensure we pass this data that is coming from the array. We have to pass it as props. We need to we can destructure it and pass it as props, so that whenever we use this featured this custom featured grid box, just like we used it here in this featured section, we will have access to this data, and that is the data that is coming from our array. So I'll come here and I'll say const, I'll destructure the data. So I'll say here that image, I'll say title, and I'll say subtitle, right, equals to data. So basically, what is happening here is that this destructuring method is basically extracting this image title and this subtitle from the data object that was passed as props. So I'll just say data. And now when we use this custom featured grid box here in this featured grid container, the data object is passed as props to each custom featured grid box instance using this, right? So now because of this destructuring that we've done here, we can extract the image title and the subtitle properties from the data object, and within this our custom featured grid box we can have direct access to these properties. So right here I'll just come here and I'll say the title. This will be the title, and right here I'll say this will be the subtitle, right? Subtitle, and this will be the image. So if I save that, we should have the data displayed dynamically, right? Okay, we do not have the image, and that is because of this image here that we are passing here. It should be image src, and here as well src. And if I save that, we would have the image coming from the array, right? So we have this featured section all set. So moving on to the next section, we want to create the place section, this place section, and we will start with the header. So let's create the place component. So I'll open the menu, and in this home page, I'll create a file and I'll call it place section. Now I'll create the function, and here I'll just format this and save that. Now we have our place section, and in these pages under the home page, I will define this place section and import it here, and I'll save that, and we should have the place section below right here. So let's start creating the components in the place section. Here I will return a container which will be a section, and in this container we will have this wrapper that holds this section, that holds this header and this place section, this grid, right? So here I'll create the wrapper, and this wrapper will be a div, and in this wrapper we will have the custom header, right? So let's create the styled component first. Say const, and I'll say container, and this will be styled dot section. Give the backticks and close that. I'll copy this and duplicate it for the wrapper. So I'll copy this wrapper and paste it here and change this to a div, right? So I'll save that, and we won't see anything yet. But if I put the custom header, let me say custom header, and I import this custom header, and here I'll pass the title and the description, right? The title is go somewhere. I'll copy this and I'll say title, paste it, go somewhere, and the description is let's go on an adventure. Description is right, and I'll save that. And if we check, we should have it go somewhere and let's go on an adventure. And unlike this, it's at the center. So we need to adjust this custom header component that we created earlier. Let me close this. So this is the custom header right here, and it is this property that is making it align at the center, right? So we need to make this such that since this is at the center and this is also at the center, and we still have others that will be at the center like this, so we need to make this center value default and pass a props to this custom header, which will be text align, such that when we reuse it here, we can specify this value for this, we can specify its value for this place section, right? So I'll come here, and in this text align, I'll cut this out and I'll say props, and I'll say props dot text align, and this will be the value that will be passed to the custom header when it is reused. But if the value is not passed, we want it to use this default value, which is the center, right? So I'll copy this text align, this props, and I'll paste it here. So when we receive this custom header, we would have access to this text align. So right here in this custom header, I'll say text align, and I'll pass that text align to it, and I'll save that. And in this place section, we can use this text align. So I'll say text align. We have it there. And instead of giving it center as it is here, I'll give it something like left. So let me just say left, and I'll save that. And we should have it at the left hand side, right? I can as well say something like start, and if I save that, nothing happens. But let me just leave it as left and save that. So now we have our custom header, but we need to put it inside this container, right? Inside this container. And we already created this container, which is more or less like the wrapper that we created here. So the wrapper is what will hold this custom header and this grid, this place grid, right? So let's style this wrapper and this give the margin here for this container. So starting with the container, which is the section, I will give it a margin. I'll say give it a margin for the top and the bottom. Let me come here so we can see it directly. I'll give it margin for the top. I'll say 5 rem, and that's for the top and bottom. And for the right and the left, I'll say 4 rem, and I'll save that. And for the wrapper, okay, we see the margin. And for the wrapper, what we need to do is we need to give it this background color, and we need to give it some border here, and as well padding, right? So let's do that. Let me come here, and in this wrapper, I will first give it, say, let me first give it the padding, say padding for the top and the bottom. I'll give it 64 pixels, or let me say 6 rem. And for the right and the left, I'll say 4 rem. For the background color, so we can have the background color, we give it a code. I'll say F4, F5, F6, right? So I'll save that, and we should have the background color right there. You can see that. And for the border radius, so we have it curved at each angles. I'll give it a border radius of 2 pixels, or 20 pixels, I mean. Say border radius 20 pixels, and I'll save that. And we have the border radius, right? So we have this place section created, and we have our header, right, just as it is here. So now the next thing we need to do is to create this place container, this grid, right? And to create this main grid, this section here, let's first visualize and see what we'll be building here. Now, at this section, we have this grid, this container, so to speak. Now, we will be using 2 components here. Remember earlier, we created this image, this custom image container. Where is it? This custom image container right here. So this custom image container takes this image as props, this src. So we will be reusing this custom image container in this place section here. And we also have this component here, and that is the one that takes both this custom image container and this section below here. And we'll be creating that as, the custom place grid box. We'll call that the custom place grid box. So inside the custom place grid box, we will reuse this custom image container, right? And we will also create this section below, and we will now come to this our place section. And inside the place section, where is it? This place section. Inside the place section, we will then map through a dummy data and return this entire custom place grid section, or custom place grid box, right? So let's do that now, since we already understand what we will be building. So remember earlier we created one custom image container, right? Let's see the custom image container. This custom image container that takes this image. So now what we will do in this section is that we will create a custom place grid box. This is the custom place grid box. Now, in this custom place grid box component, we will reuse this custom image container. After reusing this custom image container, below it, we will have this content. Yes, this data, this content, and that will be, both of them will be inside the custom place grid box. Then in this, the place section, there's our place section. Let me open that up. In this place section, we will now call or define this custom place grid box. We will map through a particular dummy data and we will return this custom place grid box. So we will have it in a grid, right? So the first thing we need to do right here now is inside this wrapper, we need to create a container, or more or less like a div, that will hold this custom place grid box, right? So in here, I will say place grid container, and this would be a div. So let me just create that. I'll copy this and right here I'll say const, I'll paste that, and I'll say styled.div. Open the backticks and close that. Right. So in this place grid container, we will return the custom place grid box. Right. So let's create the custom place grid box component. So in here, I'll create a file. I'll say custom place grid box. So let's create the function, and yes, I'll format this and I'll save that. So we have this custom place grid box component. So inside this custom place grid box, I'll return that custom image container, but I can't just return it directly. I'll have to put it inside another div. So I'll say something like grid box. Yes, and yeah, I can now return the custom image container and import that, and the custom image container will take the image, right? So I'll give the image path, I'll say src, and the image is in the images directory, and I'll paste the image name. So we have the image. I'll save that, and we won't see anything yet because we have not defined this. We have not called this custom place grid box right here in this place section. So in this place section, I'll say the custom place grid box, and I'll import that. And yes, if I save that, okay, we have grid box not defined. Let me define the grid box here, this grid box. I'll copy this and define the styled component. I'll say const, and I'll say grid box. I'll say styled dot import it dot div, and I'll close that. And if I save that, we should have the image right here. You can see the transition effect works on it, and that is because we are using this custom reusable image container we created earlier, which is what we used right here for this featured. So we are reusing it here in this place section, right? So now let's style this and make it look better. So now if you are asked or given something like an assignment to fix this image such that it becomes like this, it should be easy for you to do that, because we've done something similar here in this featured section where we displayed it in this grid format, right? So now to do that, we need to note that, this is the grid box, and here we created this grid box, and in this grid box, we will still have some other information down here, right? This is the grid box. So we will still have some other text here. Let me just say something like text. And in this place section, we are returning, or we are reusing this custom place grid box, right? So, and we still have some other information. Let me save this and for you to see, right? You see, we have the text below. Just as we would have some other information here, like this entire service classic nature house and the date and all this information. So we have this below right here. So now to make it such that it becomes in this grid format, we have to use the display grid property. We have to use the display property and the grid value. So you have to do it in this place grid container, because it is in this place grid container that we have this custom place grid box. We are more or less like returning this custom place grid box here, and this custom place grid box has this grid box, right? So we have to use this display grid in this styled component. So I'll come here and say display, I'll say grid, and we use the grid template column. So I'll say grid template column and the repeat function, and the number of grids that I want, I'll say 4, and I'll use the fractional unit as 1. So if I save that we should have it right here. Exactly, you can see it. So below, in this custom place grid box, below this custom image container, we will have this information right here. So let me just remove this for now and save that, and we should have the grid box right there. So now let's add this other information and style it properly. So I'll come here to this grid box, and the first thing we need to do is create something like a container that will hold this content, right? That will hold this content. So right in here, I'll just say something like content that would be a div, and in this content we want to have this container. So now we see we have two things here. We have this main container, and we have this one below here that holds the date and this rating, right? So in this content, I'll first say something like, let me first say title container. Let me say title container. Now this title container will just hold this content, this name and this place, including this price box, right? So in this title container, I want to separate this place from this price. So right in here, I'll say place container, and this place container we hold the name. Let me say name, or let me say name text, and this name I will say entire serviced class C nature house, right? So below it, I will give the place. So let me just say place, or let me say place text, and call it whatever you want. So I will give the province and the country. So let me just say Manitoba, and I'll give comma and Canada, right? So that's for the place container. Now we want to make this price container. So below this place container, I'll just say price container, and this price container we hold this discount price and this normal price, so to speak. So I'll say discount price, and I'll copy that and paste it again. So I'll change this to the normal price, and this discount price will be $200, and this would be $150, right? So let's create the styled component for this, but before that we need to fix these ones too as well. We have this long line and this date and this rating. So now we have to do that outside this title container, because this content is the one that holds each of them. This content is the one that holds all of them. So this title container is for this top here, so we have to do that below it. So here I'll say HR, and this HR can be you can just use HR directly like this, or you can create the styled component for it. I'll use styled component since it's styled component we are using in this project. And below it, we have this date. So I'll just say something like date container, right? And in this date container, we have the date and we have the rating. And we have this star too. Yes, don't forget we have the star. So I'll create a styled component, and I'll say date text, just as we've been doing for the name, place, and for the name and the place. So I'll say date text. Let me see if I can copy this. Oh, I don't think. Okay, I can copy it. I'll copy that and I'll paste it right here. So we have the date text, and for the rating, I'll create another container. I'll say rating, and this rating, we will have this star and this text, this rating text. So since we've been using the material UI icon in this project, there should be a star icon in the material UI icon. Let me see, okay, yes, let's see this star icon, and you import that. I don't know if this is it, or we should have a star icon. Let's just see that. We'll try it later. So that's the star, and in this rating also we have this rating text. So I'll come here and say rating text, and close that, and I'll give it 4.9. And now let's create the styled component for each of these components, each of these styled components that we created right here. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it few number of times, and we'll change it as required. So this will be for the content. So let me just do that real quick. So yes, let's change it as required. So this should be for the content. Let me copy the content. So we'll just copy and paste each of them. So let me do that real quick. So we have it, all the styled components. So let's just change it as required. This content will be a div. This title container will also be a div. This place container would be a div. yeah, this name text will be h2. Let's change that to h2. And yeah, this place text is small. Let's give it a paragraph. And what else? The price container will be a div. The discount price, we have this discount price. Sorry about that. This discount price will be a paragraph as well, right? There is it. Discount price will be a paragraph. The normal price too will also be a paragraph. P tag. This HR will be an HR. Let's just change that to HR, horizontal line. And this date container will be a div as it is. This date text will be a div also. No, the date text will be a paragraph. That will be a paragraph. And the rating too, yes, the rating too will also be a paragraph. No, the rating will be a div and the rating text will be a paragraph, right? We have that. So let me save that and let's see what we have. Okay, right, we have it below here. So we need to make adjustments to all this. We need to style it properly. So now let's do that. Let's start with the main content. This content, the one holding all this, data. So let's start with the content. This is the content, this box, this div right here. We want to give it some padding so that, we have it not, centered. So that we want to give it some padding so it will have some space at the top, at the right. And so let's give that padding in this content. So I'll come in this content component and I'll give a padding of 2 rem. That should be a padding. I'll say 2 rem for the top and bottom, and for the right and left I'll say 1 rem, and I'll save that. And we should have the padding right here at the top, the bottom, and the right and the left. So that is for the padding. For the title container, we want to make sure that this text, this title, which is the name text, and this price, this main title and this price, they are in the same div. If you check right here, you see, where is it? Yes, this place container and this price container, they are inside this title container div, right? And that is why we have them at this side. So we want to make sure that they are aligned on the same line horizontally, right? So we have to come right in this title container here, this title container, and give it the display property. So I'll say display flex and I'll save that. So you see we have it at the same, aligned horizontally. So I want to also give it the justify content of space between. Let me say space between, and I want to give it a margin bottom so that we have some space below. I'll say margin bottom of, let me say 1.5 rem, or let me just say 15 pixels, and I'll save that. And we should have the margin bottom right there. So that's all good. We need to do, some font sizes. We need to adjust the font sizes of the name text and, the place text. So let me just say font size. I'll give this 1.8 rem. That's for the font size. I'll copy that and also give it for the place text. But this time around, I'll change it to 1.2 rem, and I'll save that for the place text. So we have the font size increased. Right. So what else do we do? What else can we do to it? We can also give this name text some space here. So we have the margin between the name text and the place text. So I'll just come to this main text. I'll say margin bottom. Let me just copy this to save time. I'll paste it here, and I want this margin bottom to have 5 pixels. I'll save that, and we should have the space right here. Right. Now let's move to this price container. Here's the price container. Yes, this price container, we want to style this price container so it has this border, this green border, and it has the border radius, right? It has the border radius. What else? The color also, this text color, we also change it and, just align it properly. We align the text in it properly. So let's do that. I'll come to this price container. This is the price container div. So inside this price container, I want to first give it a border. This border will take some properties. I want it to be 3 pixels thick. The border to be 3 pixels thick. I want it to be solid, and the color, I'll give a code. I'll say 58C to 7D. That's the code for the border. I'll save that, and I also want, you see the border, I also want it to have a border radius of 5 pixels. So I'll say border radius, I'll give it 5 pixels. and I want it to be aligned at the center. I want the text. Let's change the color of the text first off. I'll give it this color code. I'll copy this and I'll paste it right here, and I'll save that for the text, right? And why I'm giving the color here instead of giving the color in the discount price here and here is because, instead of giving color for each of them here, the discount price and the normal price, I can just give it here in this div and it will apply it to both of them. So I can also change the font size right here in this price container div, and I'll give the font size as 15 pixels or 1.5 rem, anyone. So we now have the font size increased. Let's come down to the discount price. I want to increase the font size of the discount price and make it bold. So I'll just say font weight. I'll say font weight and I'll give it bold. And I also want this line through. We have a line here. I want this line across this discount price, and right here in this discount price I'll give the property of text decoration. Text decoration has a value of line through, and it will create a line across the text, right? So also in the normal price I want the text to be bold, and I can just give it font weight of bold here, or I can just copy it and paste it in this price container. You see, let me cut it out. Let me cut this out and paste it in this price container, and we should have both of the text bold, whichever way is preferable. Let me just paste it here so we see what it is doing directly, but it's actually better to paste it right here in this price container, so we save ourselves of using this font weight bold 2 times, right? So I'm just passing that for you. So now in this HR, we want this HR to have what can we give this HR? Let's leave this HR for now. Let's come down here to this date container. This date container. Let's style this date container. We have this date text and this rating div, right? So now in this date container, we want the text. We want this date and this rating to be on the same line, just as it is right here. So as usual, we'll just give it a display flex, and I'll say display flex, and it should help us align it on the same line, right? Exactly like this. So now you would see the reason why I wrapped this star and this rating text in another rating div, and the reason is because I also want them to align on the same line horizontally, just as it is right here. So, and to do that, that is why I wrapped it with this rating div. So in this rating div, I'll also give this display flex. So I'll copy that and I'll paste it right here, and if I save that, we have it all on the same line. Let's increase the font sizes of each of them. So for this date text, first off, I'll come here to this date text. I'll give it font size. I'll say 1.4 rem, and I'll save that. We have the font size increased. So the rating text also, I'll copy this font size and I'll come here to this rating text. I'll give it the same font size as well. Save that. I want it to be bold. I'll give it a font weight of bold, and yes, font weight of bold, right? So what else? We want this space to be created right here, just as it is here. So for the space to be created in between them, since we have this rating and this date text in this date container, right? We have them in the date container. So I will have to come to this date container and give it the property of justify content. Justify content will help us create the space in between them. So I'll say space between, and I'll save that, and we should have it. The space between both at the far right. So it created one it moved one to the far right and moved the other to the far left. So what else can we style here? And let's start from here again. This text, this rating text. If we check here, let's see. Okay, we see we have this color on this star. This star has a yellow color, and we have this space in between them, right? So let's do that. And to do that, we have to come to this rating text. This is the rating text. We want to create this color on this star too as well. Let's first do the rating text. Now for the rating text, I'll give it a margin left. Let me just say margin left. So we create this margin at the left hand side. So there'll be space between this star and this text. So I'll give the margin of 1.5 rem, and I'll save that, and we should have the space right here. And for the text, for the color, changing it to yellow, I'll have to style it inline like we have been doing. So I'll create the double curly braces, and right in here, I'll give the color of yellow. So I'll say color, and I'll say yellow, and I'll save that. Okay, what do we have here? Let's see, expected quotes. Yes, it's in quotes. Okay, we didn't give the style. We didn't give the style. So let me cut it out. I just passed it directly. I'll cut it, and I'll say styles. I'll say style, and right in this style, I'll paste it. And if I save that, we should have the yellow, right? Exactly. So what else? Let's see. Is it the same size? Okay, looks like it's the same size. Let's see something and try to, let's say, font size, and I'll give the comma. And for this font size, let me just say 15, and let's see if it increases. It's almost the same though. It's almost the same. Let's just leave it like that and see how it does. So we have the font, we have the rating and the text. What else can we style here? Let's see this one. Okay, we have the color. The color is different, is not black, and when we hover on it, it changes to blue, right? And we have this border at the top here, and you notice this border, we have it here, but we do not have it here, right? So let's do those things. Let's change the color here. Let's change it such that when we hover on it, it changes to blue, and let's fix this border right here. So I'll come here, and also we also see we have this margin here, so we have to create this margin at the top right here. So let's do all that. Now for the color, I'll come to this date text. Here's the date text. I'll give the color, I'll give it a particular code, and the code would be hash 777E90, and I'll save that, and we should have the color. So I'll also copy that and give it to this place text. So let me just copy this color and give it to this place text. You have the place text. This is the place text. So I'll just paste it here, and I'll save that, and we should have the color change as well. So for the margin at the top here, I can give the margin right here in this date text or this date container, but let me just give the margin in this HR and see what we can do about that. In this HR, I'll say margin bottom. Let me say margin bottom, and I'll give it, say, something like 10 pixels. And if I save that, we should have the margin right here. So I guess it's better like this, better like this. What else? So we see that this image, this background color, we need to give this background color at this bottom right here. So we have it here, this white background color right here. So to do that, we have to come to this where is it? Okay, this contents or this grid box. Yes, we can give it in this grid box. Let's give it in this grid box. I'll come to this grid box, the one that holds the whole content, and I'll first give it a background color. Let me see, background color, I can give it white, or let me just give it this code. Let me see white and see, because I guess that should be white. Yes, white, but it looks somehow. Let me give it a particular code, and I'll say the code should be, say, hash FCFCFD, right? I'll save that, and yes, we have it. It's not really white. Let's just leave it like that. And what else? Okay, we see when we hover on this, we need to change this to blue, and we see this image is not hovering properly. Let me see. You see the way this one is, and that is because the image is coming outside of this box. We have the image. If you check here, where is it? This is the image. This is the image, and we have it inside this grid box. So the image is coming out of this grid box. It's overflowing. You need to give this grid box a property of overflow hidden, so it clips the image, right? So let's see that. If I say overflow and I say hidden and I save that, if you hover on it, you should see it has clipped the image, but we still have the effect, right? You see that. So now let's change it to pointer when we hover on it. So I'll say cursor pointer and save that. I also need to give it some margin at the top and at the right and left. So I'll come here to this grid box and I'll say margin. And for the top, I'll say 3 rem. And for the right and left, I'll say just like half of it, let's say 1.5 rem. And I'll save that and we should have the grid box right there. So now let's add the over. So when we over on it, this text changes to blue. Now for this, I will not give the over on this text. Normally I should just come here to this date text, right? Is it not this date text? Let me see. Yes. No, this name text, right? Here's the name text. I should come to this name text and I'll just say over and I'll say color to be blue, right? Let's just say blue. And if I save that, if we hover on it, the color changes to blue, right? But if we check this, when we hover on anywhere, if I hover on the image, it changes to blue. If I hover on this side, it changes to blue and the text as well. But for this, it's only the text. So we have to give it on the grid box itself. So I'll cut that out because the grid box is the one that holds all this content, all the content. So in the grid box itself, I'll give the over and I'll give it to blue. So when I over even here, it changes to blue, or when I over on the image, it changes to blue. But you'll notice also that it also changes this text, this rating text to blue, right? But we don't want that. We want the title, this name text only, to change to blue. And why this is also changing to blue is because if we come down here to this rating text, this text, this p tag doesn't have a color. So if I just give it a color of black, I save that. If we over, it shouldn't change to blue as well. So we have only this changing to blue, right? So what else can we do right here? Another thing I can do is this border radius. I can add the border radius for this grid box. So I'll just come here to this grid box and I'll say border radius, and I'll give the border radius 15 pixels. I'll say 15 pixels or 1.5 rem. And if I save that, we should have the border radius right here. Another thing we can add here is this price. What is that? Let me see. The price container. Yes, the price container. The text, we need to give some padding in the text so we can have that space. And let's do that. So I'll come here in the price container. There is the price container. Yes, this price container, I'll give it padding. Let me say padding, and I'll say something like 8 pixels. If I save that, you should have the padding right there. So you have that space. And we can style it the way we want. We see we have this space. We have the space in between the two prices. And I can just come to this discount price. I can give this discount price its own margin. And I'll just say margin. I'll say 4 pixels. And maybe I'll just say yes, just do it like this. You can style it the way you want just by applying this margin and padding, in this discount price and this price container. Yes, so we can leave it like this, or maybe just comment this out. Let's see. Whichever way you want it. Let me say 3 and see. Okay, it's okay like this. So now we have this place section created, all set. So now if I come to this place section, this is a place section where we have this custom place grid box, this custom place grid box that we just created. If I copy this custom place grid box component and I paste it again, maybe 1 or 2 more times, and I save that, we should see it right here, right? So let me just add, gap between it for the column and the row. So I can just say 30 pixels, and here I'll just say 15 pixels. And if I save that, we should have it right there, exactly like this. So now we have this place section created or set. We can see how beautiful this place section is, right? So now let's style the view all button, and we have this view all button here. This view all button, it will be simple and straightforward because we already have the custom button created, and we will reuse the custom button. This is the custom button right here. And so now let's reuse it here in this place section. So I'll just come below this place grid container inside this wrapper, and I'll reuse the custom button. Yes, we have the custom button imported, and in here I'll just define the title, and I'll say view all, and I'll save that. So we have the button right here and we can see it. So now let's add other properties to it, and I'll come here and I'll say font size. I'll give the font size to be 15 pixels, and I'll say the font weight should be bold. Say bold, and I'll save that, and we should see, okay, it has reduced. Why is that? Let me check the custom button. Okay, we should have padding here. Okay, this padding, oh, we don't have a default value for the padding, so I need to pass the padding. Let me give it a padding of 8 pixel. Let me say 8 pixel, and let's see how that looks. Okay, yes, it's better now. Okay, I guess we didn't pass the padding, that's why. Let me check here also. There should have been, oh, okay, this also has been affected, so we need to define the padding for this header section. We'll come to this later. Let's fix this first, and we have this view all button. What else? The font weight is not bold, and we set it bold. Yeah, let me check. Okay, the font weight, yeah, let me uncomment this. I can't even remember when I commented it. So the font weight is bold. We can remove this, or let me check this. Let me see it. I can't remember. Let me see. Should this be bold? Okay, this is also bold, right? It is also bold. Let's leave it like that. Let's give it a default. Let me see this. This is also bold as well. So let's leave the default as bold. So I'll just remove this and I'll save that. Yeah, and we should have the view all button. But if we check again here, we see it's at the center right here, and but ours is here at the far left. So we need to make it come to the center. And so to make this button come to the center, I need to give it some properties. I need to add some other properties to this custom button, and I'll come to the custom button component here, and I will first, make it come down a bit. If we check here, we see there is this space here in between. So I'll use margin to make this button come down a bit. I'll give it a margin of, let me say, 40 pixels for the top and the bottom. And I will say auto for the right and the left. I'll say auto, and I'll save that. So what this auto basically does is that, this first value takes this first value sets this margin for the top and the bottom. But for this right and left, I gave it auto, and auto basically means that it will distribute the remaining horizontal space equally on both sides, and that is for the right and the left. And now I will give it a display of block. Give it a display of block, and if I save that, we should see the button at the center right here. And what this block display block does is that it basically helps the element, it stretches the element horizontally. Yeah, it's or let me put it this way, it makes the element take up the full width of its container. So that's why we can, align it at the center. These two properties, basically used most times to center the element or an element. But if you check here, we'll see that this place, because of the margin we gave this button, this custom button, we now have this space created here. So to fix that, I will just make this block and this auto, I'll make it a default. I'll not make it, is either I make it a default value, or I do something like this such that the value will be provided. Let me copy this and I'll paste it here, and I can remove this block, cut that out, right? So I'll have to pass this display as props. Save that and pass the display here. Let me just put it here, and I'll put it here also in this button. Copy this, paste it, and I'll do the same thing for this margin. I'll cut this margin out, and I'll copy this and paste it in here, and I'll change this to margin, and this margin I'll copy it and paste it here as well, and I'll copy this and change this to margin, and yes, so if I save that, and it should go back to how it was, and in this place section I can just say display, and I'll give it block, and here in this I'll say margin, and I'll say 40 pixels and auto, and if I save that, it should come back to the center, right? So we have this custom button created right here, and we have reused it. So that is it. Now let's come to this section and create this section. Now in this section, we have several components here, but let's just categorize it into two main components or two major components, which is this container and this container. So let's get started. I'll come here and I'll create a new component which I will call the hero section 2 component. You can call it whatever you want. Basically, it looks like an hero section, though it doesn't display the qualities of an hero section, but I'll just call it hero section 2. Normally, hero section are found at the top, but because of this display, it looks like an hero section. So I'll create the function, and we have the hero section 2 created. So I will come here to the home page. We go to the home page here, and I will define or call the hero section 2, right? Save that, and we should have the hero section. Oh, okay, I call the hero section 1, and it should be 2, hero section 2. Yes, this, and I'll save that, and we should have this hero section 2 text below. So yes, we go to the hero section here. No, the hero section 2, and here we will start building the hero section. I'll remove this for now, and the first thing I'll do is I'll return a container. I'll return a container which will be a section. Yeah. So now let me come here. Let's visualize and see what we'll be building here. So we have this text, we have this container that holds all this text, including this button, and we have this, basically, let me say, container that holds this image as well. So we will first give this a wrapper to hold, both these two contents, then we will separate these two contents, right? So let's do that. Right in this container, which will be the section, I will create a wrapper, and that would be a div. Now in this wrapper, we'll have a div that will hold this all this text, and another div that will hold this image. So for the first one, I can say text container, and I'll close that, and for the second one I will say image container, and I will close that as well. Now the first, for this, let's start with the text container. Now in this text container, we have this first text, right? And that will be the, let's say, intro text, and yes, right after the intro text, we have this title, this main title that looks like an H1, right? And that will be below the intro text. So let me just put this here, and I'll say title. Save that, and I'll say title. Then we have this small tiny text, and I'll say that should be the description, right? And let me just copy this text and paste it right there. So I'll copy this one, and I'll paste it in the description, and I'll copy the title, and I'll paste it here, as well as the intro text. I'll copy it, and I'll paste it right at the top here. Yes, exactly. Now for this image container, I want you to note something, that there are 3 images here. We have 3 images here, and these are the images. This is the main one, the main image. This is another image, and this small image here is also another image. So we will see how we can use, the position property to put or to adjust. We will see how we can use the position. We will see how we can use the position property to help us put these images right where they are, just as we did earlier at this section. So now let's create the components for the images. Let me just move this right to this corner here, and for the first one, I'll call it the main image, and that will be this image right here. Say the main image, and okay, no, this would be a div, right? It should be a div. And for the first one, I will say the main image. Call it the main image, or you can call it image or whatever. And this image will have this source, yes, and let's leave that for now. Now we have this second image, and this second image, now for the first one, I'll call it the main image, and this would be an image element. I'll say src, and I'll define the path. We have it under images, and we have an image as we call planning pic1 right? So now we'll see. Normally, we used to use just the image to define the. We used to use the image. Normally we used previously. So you notice that before we've been using just image, this image image to define the image component. But now we are using main image, right? And we'll see why we use this very soon. So now for the second image and the third image, I will just come below this main image, right? Still in this image container, and I will define say second image, and this will be a div that will hold the second image. And right in here I will say image, right? And I'll close that up, say src, and right, I'll define the path. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it right here, and I'll change it to 2. So that's for the second image. So for the third image, I'll just copy this second image and I'll paste it below it, and I'll change this to third image, and I'll change the image name to 3. Yes, and we have the components created, right? So now let's create the styled component and style it accordingly. So starting with the container, I'll say the container, and I'll say styled, import the styled component dot section. This will be a section. I'll give the backticks and I'll close that up. So I'll copy this and paste it few number of times. You have the components, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. So I'll paste it 10 more times. So now we have all the styled components created. So let's just change it to the appropriate element. So this will be a section, and this will be a div, and this text container would also be a div. And what else? This intro text will be a paragraph, and as you can see here, it's a small text, so it will be a paragraph. This title, you guessed right, it will be an h1, and this description as well would be a paragraph, or let's say a paragraph, or let me see, yes, let's say a paragraph. And this image container would be a div, or what else? This main image, yes, I would give this an img, and this second image would also be a div. Second image, this one holding the image, would be a div, right? And the image, this main image, would be an img, just like this, and this third image would be a div as well, right? So that is it. And now let's move into the styling. So let me save that first, and let's see what we have right here. Okay, yes, we see this components, right? So now let's move into styling it better. So the first thing I want to do right here, let's start from this container, the container holding the whole content right here. So I want to first give it some space at the top here, so we can have this distinct space between this place section and this second hero section. So for the container at the top here, I'll first give it a margin. For the top, I want there to be space, so I'll just say margin of 10 rem for the top and the bottom as well, so we have that space at the top, right? So the next thing I want to do is, let's first change some of the text. Let's increase the font sizes of all the text, right? So starting with let's come first to the intro text. This is the intro text, this one. Let's change the font sizes, intro text. Now for the font size of the intro text, I'll give it 13 pixels, or 1.3 rem. Say font size, say 1.3 rem, and I'll save that. I want it to be bold as well, right? Because if we check here, we see that it is bold. This is also bold as well. Only this one that is not bold. So I'll give it a font weight. I'll give it a font weight of bold, and I'll save that. Now let's move to the title. Let me copy this font size, and right here in the title, I'll give the font size property, and I'll change the value. I'll change the value to 5 rem, say 5 rem, and I'll save that, and we should have the text. Let's also increase the font size of this description right here, and I'll come here to this description, this paragraph, and I'll give it a font size of, let me say, 1.5 rem, say 1.5 rem, and you should have that increased as well. Now, what else can we do here? Let me see. Okay, let's change the color of these two, the intro text and this description. They have a different color, and I'll come here to the intro text first off, and I'll give it a color. I'll give it a particular code. I'll say the hash 77737 and E90. Right, I'll save that and we see. Okay, yes, that's it. So I'll copy this and paste it right here. Okay, that's good, and I'll save that. Oh no, that shouldn't be for the title, that should be for the description. I'll save that. And why I'm not giving this text container the color is because this title is black. Assuming this title is not black, I might just give this text container this color, and instead of making this color repeat itself twice here, it will just repeat itself once in this text container. But because this text container is because this title is black, so I just gave each of them the color, right? So now what else can we do here? Let's see. The text, this is too long. This title is too long. It's taking a very long width or wide width. So let's break it. Let's make it break. And I'll come here to the text container. Yeah, the text container is the one that holds this or this title and the intro text. So I'll adjust the width of this text title. So I'll give it a max width of maybe 400 pixels or something. Give it a max width or say maybe 400 pixels, and let's see. Okay, we have that broken down. Let me check it. Yes, that's good. But all around the world is online. Okay, let me just adjust it better. I will say maybe 440. I'll save that. And okay, now this is better. So we have the text. Let's see what else we can do here in this. Okay, let's make this image and this text be on the same line. So I'll come right here into this wrapper, or should we do it in the container? No, let's do it in the wrapper. Let's see in the wrapper. In the wrapper, I'll give it a display of flex, say display flex, right? And I'll save that. And we should have it right here. Okay, it's not still aligned properly. Let me make this come down a little bit. I want to make this come down. I'll just say align items center, and I'll save that. Okay, we have this down, but they are not still aligned properly. So let's do few or little adjustments to it, and I want to create this space right here at the left hand side. And yes, let me come here to this wrapper, and at the wrapper I'll give it a margin, or let me say padding, and I want the padding, I don't want for the top and bottom, but I want for the right and the left. So I'll say it's rem. I can probably give it some margin too, and I'll say 0 and auto for to take the full width. So I'll save that, and if we see, okay, we have the padding right there. And what else can we do here? And if I come to this text container, and I can give it a padding bottom, and let's see how that will look. I'll say padding bottom of 5 rem. I'll save that, and okay, that's better a bit. And let's see. So we see this space right here, and we do not have that here. So let's fix that. So yeah, I can give this intro text margin bottom, and I can also give this title margin bottom, so that will create that space in between here. But instead of giving the two of them margin bottom, I can just give this title the margin, so it will take, so it will apply it at the top and as well as at the bottom. So let's first see what we mean right there. So let me come first here to this intro text, and let me just show you. So I can see margin button of 1.5 rem, and I'll copy that and paste it right here in this title. And if I save that, we should have that space. But instead of defining these two for here, I'll just do that alone for this title, and I'll say margin, and I'll say 1.5 rem, and that will be just one property. So okay, we have at the right and left. So let me just say I don't want for the right and left. So I'll say 0. And yes, that should fix that. So we have the space created right there. And yes, that reminds me, this will be a custom form. Yeah, so to speak, because I think, yes, okay, we also have 1 year as well, so we'll make it custom so we can reuse it at the footer right there. So we'll do that in a short while, and we put that below right here after the description or the text container. Yeah, after the description. So what else can we style here? Let's adjust it better. Let's come to the image section. Let's come to the image section, and let me move this. Yeah, right. And the first thing we want to do in this image section is that, let's see, we want to make sure that this image section aligns well with this text container, right? Just as it is right here. So there are several ways we can do that, and let's just see the most simple and efficient way of doing that. Now, this is the image section and this is the text container. They are both in this wrapper, right? So we need to just come to this wrapper and we need to give it a property of justify content, and I'll say space. Let me see space around and see how it is. Okay, this is space around. Let's see this. And okay, the text, we can see this text. The space here is quite too much something. Let's see space between. Let's just give it space between and save that. And I think space between should be better, right? Let's see. Okay, this is space between. Now, as we can see here, these two images are positioned on this main image, right? So let's do that, and I'll come here. Now, we did something similar earlier using the position property. Here we made this main or the parent, let me say the parent component, or yeah, here we made the parent component position relative, and we gave this child component, we gave it absolute, so that we'll be able to use the properties like top and right, left, and so on, bottom, to position it on the main component, on the parent, right? And that is exactly what we are going to do here. This is the main image. This is the main container, the image container, the one that holds these three images. And these are the children, the child component, right? So right here in this image container, I will give it a property of position. I will say relative, and the others will take the position of absolute, right? So the second image, this container holding this image, which is this and this, the third image. So I'll give them the position of absolute. So I'll say position absolute, and I'll copy this and also paste it here as well. So I'll paste it in this third image, right? And I'll save that. And we won't see it yet because we still need to apply the top, right, left, and so on properties so that we can position them on this main image, right? So let's
So
first see
starting with the
how
second
the
image,
image,
I will
this
give
child
it a
component, is positioned
position. I will
right here.
say, and if you
I'll
look
give
here,
it
you'll see
a
that
bottom.
it is
Let me start with the
positioned
bottom.
at
I'll say I
the
want the
close to the
bottom to
bottom
be
here and close to the left hand
16.5%.
side.
So we
And
can use
I
the
will say I
left
want
and
the
bottom
left to be
property to
1.5%.
position
Let me
this
say
component, this
left.
child component.
So when
We
we
should
give it
see
a bottom
this
property
and
and
I
we give it
want
a
the
value,
weight
that
to
value
the
will help
second
us
image
set
right
the
here at
distance
this corner,
between this
39%.
main
So if
component,
we
which
check
is
here,
the
we
parent
see it
component,
is
and
almost
this
similar, right?
child
Let me say
component. So let's just do that.
39.7%.
And
If
if
I
I
save
come
that,
here to this
so that
second
is it.
image,
And
which is
for
this,
the,
and
I will
that is
just say
it.
bottom, let me give it a bottom. I'll say bottom of 16.5%, and I'll give it the left of 1.5%, right? So the values that you are giving it will depend on how close or how far, it is to the parent component. So I'll save that, and we should see right here at the left takes the distance of 1.5% to the parent component and 16.5% from the bottom of the parent component, right? And for this third image, I will come right here, and if we check this main one, we see we can use the position bottom as well. And since this is close to the right hand side here of this parent component, which is the image container, we can use the right property and as well as the bottom property for this, right? So
I'll come here to this third image and I'll give it a right property. I'll say 10%. And for the, okay, that should be 10%. And for the bottom, I'll give it the bottom property and I'll say 27.5%, right? And if I save that and we check right here, we see we have this image positioned right here, just as it is. Yeah, so that is it. We have the hero section 2 created. We can see how the position property works using the left, bottom, right, and top. If in case, let's assume this image, this child component, it's is closer to this place, we can as well use the top property, right? But because it is closer to this place, we use the bottom property, right? So this one also, we can also use the left as well for this place instead of using right. But since it's closer here, we use the most closest to the parent component and we can set that. So now we have this, we have the hero section all set. And let's create this custom form, this input form, right? Let's do that right below here. So for the custom form, I'll come here and I will create another custom component. So right here in this form, in this custom directory, I'll create a component and I can call it custom form. Call it custom form and I'll create the function RAFCE and now we have the custom form component, right? So we can reuse it in this place, in this hero section. So below this description, yeah, this is the description. I'll use this custom form, and I will pass that, import it, and we should have this custom form right here. You can see that below here. So let's design this custom form, and we see it is an input form. Yeah, it's an input that has this placeholder, enter your phone number. It has this button as well. We can change this to uh, pointer and it has this border, right? Such that if we even click on it, when it's on focus, it changes the border, right? So let's do that right here. So let's design this custom form. So instead of returning this, I will return something like a div. Let's first return a div. I'll call it a form that will hold this input form, right? And here I'll say something like number input. Let me say number input. Now this number input will be will be an input. Yes, will be an input that will have, maybe let me put this right, that we have a type of, say number, and it will as well have a placeholder, and the placeholder will be enter your number. Let me move this right here so we can see it directly as it is being saved. So enter your number. And what else can we put here? Now we can also create the okay, let's just save that and see. But before that, let's create the styled component. So I'll say const, and this will be form, and this form will be styled.div, right? And give the backticks, and I'll close that. So I'll copy this and paste it again for the number input. So I'll change this to number input, and this will be input, right? So I'll save that, and if we check, we have the form, we have the input form right here below, and you can see it's a number, so we can add number. So let's style it a bit further. And what do we want to style here? We want to first give some padding. Yes, we want to first apply padding and the border as well. Change the border and the border radius to make it curved, just as it is right here. So let's do that, and I'll come here to this input form, and first thing I'll give it is that I'll say I want the padding of 15 pixels. Let me just say 15 pixels, and let's see how that is. Okay, that's big, and let's give it the border. So I want it to be, I don't want it to be too thick. I want it, let me say 1 pixel. And the solid, I'll say solid, and I'll give it the code of, as usual, 777E99, or let me say E90. And I'll save that, and we should have the border, right? We have the border. So I also want the border radius. So I'll say border radius, and this border radius would be, let me say, 50 pixels. And if I save that, we have the border radius right there. So that is it. Let me clear this. So what else do we want to do? We want to increase it a little bit. We want to make it wide a bit. So I'll just say width. Let me give it width of 100%. And if I save that, we should have the width, but it is too wide. It is too wide. Let me come here in this form and I will give it a max width, say max width of 300 pixels. And if I save that, okay, that reduced it a bit. And also, what else can we do to it? Let's create this button, this button right here. So let's add the button right here. And for that button, let's check. We will see that the button has this icon. Yes, it has this icon on it. We'll change this to have pointer, and we will see that it is placed inside this, on let's say inside or on this uh input form, right? So we can style this button and add this icon in it. We can use the icon from the material UI icon. So right here inside this form, right? Still inside this form, I will create a button component, and inside this button component, I will have another div that will hold the icon. So right here, I can just say something like, let me say arrow icon, and this arrow icon will have this icon from the font awesome. So I'll say arrow forward. Yes, we can use this one or this. Let me use this, and we have that imported from the material UI icon. So we have the icon. So let's create the component for this. So I'll say const and I'll say button, and this button will be a button, right? And I'll say button, give the backticks, and I'll copy this and paste it here again, and I'll change this one to arrow icon, and it will be a div and not a button, right? So if I save that, let's see what we have. Let me save that, and we see, okay, we have this button and this arrow icon, right? So now we see it is not on this, it is not inside this input. So we have to use, as well as usual, we have to use the position property to position it right inside this input form, right? So let's first style it. Let's first style this button, and to style it, I'll come here to this button and I'll give it some styles. So what can we do to it? We first need to give it a background color. Let me give it a background color, and I have a particular code that I will give it, because if you look here, you see it's not really blue as it is. So I'll change it. I'll give it the code of, I'll say hash 3B71FE, right? And I'll save that, and we should see the color. Yes, we see it has this black border. I'll remove it. I'll say border none, and I'll save that, and we should see the border removed. Now let's make it rounded. Should have the rounded corners. I'll give it a border radius of something like, say, 50% or 50 pixels or whatever. I'll save that, and we should have the rounded, border. So now, what can we do to put it right here inside this input form? Okay, as we've known, as we've learned, we know the parent component, which is the form, has to take the property of relative, and the child component, which is the button itself, this button, has to take the property of absolute. So let's do that right here. So I'll say position, I'll say relative, and I'll copy that, and right here in this button I'll paste it, and I'll change this to absolute, right? And I'll save that, and we won't see anything now yet until we use this top, right, and so on to adjust it properly. So now, what can we do? I want to make it come to the top here. So what can we do? I want to first use the top property. So right here I can just say something like top, and for the top I'll give it 6 pixels, and if I save that, you see it comes up in a bit. The And now for the right, I will use a property. Let me say right, and the right will take, let me say 22 pixels. And if I save that, okay, it comes right here and not too close. Let me try something. I'll say minus 22. Okay, right, this is better. And what else? Let me remove this type number and save it. I don't like the way it is showing the number right there. And what else can we add to it? Let me give it a bottom of, what can we give it? Let me say 5 pixels. And if I save that, okay, we have the bottom position in it right there. Let me change it to 9. Okay, I think this is better. This is a little bit better, but it is not exactly like this. And to make it like this, we can use width and height to adjust it properly. I don't like the way it is rounded that way. So right here, I can just say, let me say width of 35 pixels. 35 pixels. And for the height, I want to give it the height of, let's leave it as 35 pixels as well, so it will have this. Okay, fine, better. I think that is better, right? So this arrow icon, we can give it a color of white. So I'll just say color, and I'll say white, and I'll save that. Not white. Let's change that to white, and we have the white right there. So we have this button created. Let's change it to cursor pointer, and so when we over it, it will give us the pointer. If I save that, we have the cursor pointer, so it looks clickable, right? So what else can we add to this? So now we have this form, this input form, this container created, so we can reuse it in other places, right? And now we need to give this margin. We can either give this description and give it a bottom margin, or we can give this form a margin at the top. So which one would be better for us to do? Let's go to the description, and right here in this description, I will give this paragraph, I'll give it a margin bottom. Let me say margin bottom. And let's first see how spaced it is. Okay. Let me say 2 rem. Let's try that and see what gives us. I'll say 2 rem, and I'll save that. And we have, okay, it's still a little bit, change it to 4. And right, okay, so we have this hero section created, all sets. You can see how beautiful it is, right? So we can just change this one. Let me come here and change it. I just want 3 displayed right here. So in the place section, no, that should be the featured, this featured section. Okay, we are mapping through the data. I have to come to this data here, and we have 5 of them, so I want it to be 3. So I'll just remove 2 out of it, and I'll save that. So we have this right here like this. So you can see how beautiful is it. It is. Okay, we've not fixed this button. We've not fixed this button at the nav bar. So I will go to the nav bar under the layout, the header section, I mean the header section right here. And this button, let's see what exactly is causing this. And let's come here. Okay, I can see that now. We see it doesn't have the padding. Padding is only applied to the right and the left, and it isn't applied to the top. So let's check here, and you see, okay, the padding has 0 for the top and the bottom, and 1.2 rem for the right and left. So let me remove the top and bottom and save that, so we see how it is. Okay, it is better now. So this is how it's supposed to be, right? We can see we've designed this web page up to this hero section. So what else is the next thing we have to do here? Okay, this category section. Now let's move on to styling this category section. So now moving on to the category section, we start by creating this header, and we already have our custom header that we created at the beginning of the project, and this custom header, so we will reuse it again right in this category section. So let's create the category section, and in this home page, I'll create the component. I'll say category section, right? And I'll create a function, and here we have the category section. So in this category section, we will return a container instead of this, and I will say container, right? And in this home page, let's go to the home page. Under the pages directory, we return this category section right below this hero section too, right? Category section, and this, yes. So we have the category section. So let's go back to the category section on the home page and see what we'll be building here. We have this container which will be a section. which will be the section, and right inside it, we'll create the custom header. So let's do that. And here I'll say custom header, and let's go click the custom header, and we have the custom header right there. So I can just come here and copy this title, browse by category, and I'll paste it right here in the title. And for the description, I'll copy this description and I'll paste it below the title, and we have the description. So I'll create the style component for the container. It will be a section, and I'll close that and I'll save. And if we check, you should have the browse by category right here. So we have the browse by category component created. So let's move on to creating this slider that we can slide through. So now for this slider, we will be using the same styled slider component that we used earlier in the adventure section. So going to the adventure section, we see this styled slider that we used previously for the adventure section. So in order to save time, we'll be copying we'll just copy this settings configuration that we used earlier, and we will reuse that and in our code. So I'll copy this styled component, I'll copy it and I'll paste it in the category section. So let me just copy this as well. So let's go to the category section, and in here in the category section below this custom header, I'll paste the styled slider that we copied and I'll format it right. So I'll remove this other component and I'll paste the styled components for the styled slider. Yes, we have the styled components. I'll import this slider from the React Slick side slider, and this is the slider from React Slick. I'll click it and it is imported right there. I'll also paste the settings here below this category component and I'll format it. So we have the styled slider created. So here now we want to return this component, but we won't be creating it here because in another page, as we go on, we see here we create another page. We will be using this component exactly. We will be reusing it. So we just create this component as a custom reusable component, so we can also reuse it in other pages. So right here under this custom, I'll create a file and I'll call it custom category component. Right, in this custom category component, I'll create a function for it, and here we have the custom category component. So right here in this category section, I will return that custom category component. And I'll save that. And in the custom category component, we can now design this component. So to start with, let's visualize and see what we will be building. And we see here that we have basically two things, two components, this image and this text. So we'll create a container or a div that will hold this image, and as well another one that will hold this text, right? So coming here in this category component, this custom category component, I will return something that I'll call a slider content, right? This slider content will hold both the image and the text, right? So in this slider content, I will create this container that will hold the image, which will be a div, right? So I'll say image container as usual. Now this image container will hold the image itself. Close that up, and outside this image container, still right inside this slider content, I'll create the text container. So let me just say something like slider text container. And in this slider text container, we'll have this two texts, the text and this description. So let me just call it slide text, and I'll say slide description, right? So we can just pass the text, the mountain house, and small description. So right in this slide text, I'll say mountain house, and in the description, I'll just say small description. Right, so we can create the components for each of them. So for the first one, which is the slider content, it will be a div. So I'll import the styled component. I'll say dot div, give the backticks and copy that and paste it few number of times. So let's just change the name. This will be the image container. I'll copy it and paste it here. This will be the image itself. This will be the slider text container. This will be the slide text. And this last one will be the slide description. So I'll copy this slide description and I'll paste it right here. So I'll save that. And this slide description, okay, image container is not defined. Okay, let me copy it and paste it again. I'll save that. So this slide text will be a paragraph, and as well as this one too. So let's change that, and I'll change it to p tag, and we have that all set. So we have the component created. We need to pass the image as well. So I'll just say src and I'll define the image parts. It's under images, and the image name will be browse pics. So I'll just paste that, the image name right there, and I'll save that. And let's check. We should see the image right here. Okay, we do not see the image. Okay, that is because I've not changed this here to img. It should be an image, not a div. So I'll save that, and we have our image. Now you'll notice that we are saying two slide content here in this category section, but we have just one right here that we created here. And the reason is because of this React Slick infinite true property that we are using here. So now basically what this infinite true does is that it allows, and not just only this infinite true, the reason is also because of this slide to show, property. Now when you use infinite true, that means you want to loop through some slide content. Like this is a slide content, we want to loop through them. We see how this infinite loops works here. If we check here again, we see this is the infinite loop. After the last one, it continues from the index, from the first index, which is index 0. So it continues, so it's more or less like it's looping, right? But in this category section, we just have one slide content, which is this, right? And we already set this one to infinite true, right? So, and this React League sees that by default it knows that it has to loop through some content, but we just have one, and it's because of that, it's basically automatically creates another one here for us. If I set this to false and I save that, we will see just one, right? Because we have just one. But there's also another thing with this infinite true and this slide to show. Now let me change it back to true, and I'll save that, and we'll see the two. Now, when you are using infinite true and you use slide to show, now your slide to show, the number you want the slide to show must not be more than the particular slide that you have here. I hope you got that. Now, this slide content I have here, which is this, is just one, but I set the slide to show to be two, right? So for me to be able to use infinite loop and infinite true, I have to make sure that my slide to show is not more than the content that I want to slide through or that I want to loop through. Let me show you an example now. I'll set this to infinite true as it is, and I'll leave the slide to show as true, right? And you see it has two content. Now I'll come here and I'll duplicate. Let me just duplicate what I'm returning here. Now I'm returning just one slide here. So I'll copy it and paste it 3 more times. So that's 4 slides that I have. You will see that when I save it, it will show it normally as a slide, right? If I save that now, we'll see we have it as the normal way it should be. And that is because our slide to show is not more than the slides we are actually trying to show, right? So if I change this one to, let me change it back to, let me change it to 2. Let me leave it at 2. And I save that, you see it will form double, right? Because the slide to show is more than these slides that we're actually trying to show, right? So your slides to show must not be more than the slide itself. And if you want it to be more than it, then you can set this infinite property to false. So let's change it back as it was, and I will save that. I'll change this to false, and we have it as false. So we have just one slide. So when we create others, it will show right there. So that's it about the slide. So now let's go into styling the slide itself. So I'll come here. Let's see what we actually want to style here. We want to increase the font sizes. Okay, we need to add this icon here. There's an icon here beside the small description. We'll add that icon. Let's add that icon now. The home icon. Let's add that, and I'll come here to the custom category component. At the slide description here, we have this home icon. So I'll add the home icon from the material UI. Say home, and this is the home icon, and I'll save that. and we should have the home icon right below here. So we'll style it as we go on. So let's first increase the font sizes of this text. So I'll come here to the slide text, this paragraph, and I'll give it a font size of, say, maybe 2.2 rem. Let me just say 2 rem. Say font size, say 2 rem, and I'll save that. I'll copy it as well and give it for the description, and I'll paste the font size. I'll change the font size. It's a bit smaller than that. I'll give it 1.5, and I'll save that, and we should have the font size. Okay, there's a typo there, 1.5. Save that. Yes, we have the small description. Now this is okay, this is bold, this is not bold. Let's change it bold. And I thought I saw the color, right? The color is different. It's not really black as it is here. So let me give it the font weight of bold, and I'll say bold, right? So small description should be bold. Now the color also, I'll give it color. I'll give it a particular code, and the code is the 7777, the one we've been using before, 77E90. Paste that, and we should have the color change right there. So what else do we want to do? We want to make sure that this is aligned, the right way. You see the icon is up a bit and this description is down. So let's style it a bit further. I'll use the property align items, but I'll first have to give it a display of flex, and I'll say align items. I'll say center, so it's center both of them, right? So we have it displayed properly. If you do not give it the display flex, and the align items will not work. So you have to first give it display flex, and then give it the align items. So what else do we need to style this slide text? We need to give it some space between this image and this text itself. So I'll use margin. I'll give it a margin. For the top, I'll say rem. I'll say 2 rem, and I'll say 0 for the right and left. Okay, now that's better. That's a bit better. Let me see if I change the color to black, because if you notice when we hover on it, it will change to blue. So let's just change it to black as it is though, and change the over. Let's add the over. I'll say over, and when we hover on it, we want the color to change to blue, right? And I'll save that, and if we hover, we have it in blue. So that is it for the text. What else do we need to style? We need to style the image as well as the image container, right? I'll come to the image, and let's style the image a bit further. We'll give the image property of max width. I'll say max width, and I'll say 100%. I also need to give the border radius to the image so that it has these rounded corners, and as well as the hovering. When we hover on it, the transition and the transform effect. So we did that earlier in the place section. So let's just go to the place section, and let's copy the transition we did right there. So custom place section, we should have the image. No, we did that in the image container. Let's go to the image container, custom image container. I'll copy this transition and this over transform, and I'll use that in this category section that we just created right here, and I'll have to put that in the image. Yes, right here in the image. Let me first give it a border radius. I'll give it the border radius. I'll say 30 pixels, and let me also add the height. Let me just say height auto, and here I'll paste that transition and transform effect, and I'll save that, and we should have it right there. We see it just like that. Let's give some margin. Let's give margin to this slider content itself. Say margin, and I don't want anything for the top or the right and the left. I would say 30 pixels, and we should have that used. So right, but you notice here, okay, you have that reduced, right? So what else do we want to add to it? Let's see. The way it is hovering here, it is not clipped, right? It is not clipped. We need to add this overflow hidden, so it is clipped right at the image container. So here's the image container right here. So I'll add the overflow property. So I'll say overflow, I'll say hidden, right? And if I save that, we should have this. Okay, we do not have this effect. Okay, the effect is working, right? Okay, effect is working, but the image is, if you notice here, you see the image is the one that has the border. But when I hover on it, you see the border has gone, right? The border has gone. If you look at the top two as well. So I need to give this image container also the border radius property. So that when I hover on it, it's also, you see this over is gone, right? So I'll paste that and let me try. You see it's working right now. So now it's all set. Let me also add some other properties to this border radius, and I'll just copy this and paste it here as well, and this as well. Save that, and we should have it all set. Right, so our slider is working fine. So let's try to duplicate it and see what we will get. So I'll come to this category section and copy this and paste it 3 times or 4 times and save that. And we have the slider. So now we can slide all through, right? So let's increase the number of slides to show here to make it a bit smaller, just as it is here. We will make it 4 instead of 3 that we have here. So I'll come here to the slide to show and I'll say 4. So if I save that, we should have the slides like this. So we have 4, but we can't slide through, and because we have just 4 slides, and here we have 4 slides to show as well. So I'll duplicate it one more time and save that, and we should be able to slide. So let's create a model so we can loop through this data and display it dynamically instead of duplicating this component right here. So I'll come to this models directory and I'll create a file. I'll call it category.js, and in this file we'll create the array. So I already copied it, so I'll just say const, I'll say category data, and I'll create an array and I'll paste the data right here. So I'll export it here. I'll export the category data, and here we have it. So we can map through this category data and display this data dynamically, right? So I'll come here to this custom components, this custom category components. I'll remove all this and I'll leave only one. So I'll cut this one out and I'll map through the data. I'll say category data and I'll import it right here at the top. Say import category data from, and it is found in, okay, I didn't put the correct import. So we have it in this directory models and we have the category, right? So I'll save that. This custom, okay, that's because we do not. So I'll map through the data. I'll say dot map, and this takes a callback function that takes 2 parameters or 2 arguments, the data and the index, and right here I will return that component that we created, the custom component. So I'll paste that here, and in this custom component you would have access to the data. So I'll say the data will be the data, and don't forget the key as well will be index, right? And paste that. I'll save that, and yes, we can come to this custom components and pass the data so it has access to the data. So this time around we won't be using this hard-coded mountain house, but the data coming from our array, right? So I will destructure it right here, and I'll come here and say const, and I'll say what are the data that we want to pass through. Let me check the models. I think we have the image src, the name and the description, right? So right in here I'll say we have the image src, we have the name, and we have the description, right? So I'll destructure it. You see, a destructuring declaration must have an initializer, so I'll say it should be data. So now I can pass the data right here, and we have that. So now this time around we won't be using this, but we will be using the data. So here we have the name, right? This will be the name, and this will be the description. So here I'll say description, and here I'll pass the image, which will take the image part, right? And so here I'll just say image src, and we have that. So I can save this now and come here and save this as well. So we should have the data right. So we have nature house, city house, mountain house, nature house, like that. So we have the data displayed dynamically. So that is it with the category section. So now let's move to this footer section. So let's create this footer section. So moving on to the last section of the home page, which is the footer section. Let's visualize and see what we'll be creating right here in this footer section. in this footer section, we have this container which is holding the whole footer section. At the top here, we have this logo, and right here we have some text which can be links. We have some links right here, and this input form as well as this join our community text. And right here at the bottom, we have the copyright label. That is what we'll be creating in this footer section. We'll be separating this section into two parts, the top and the bottom, and we will style each component as required. So let's start. So I'll create the footer component, and right here in the home page, I'll create a file and I'll call it footer section. And in this footer section, I'll create the component and I'll save that and format this as well. Now in the home page, under the pages directory, I will define the footer section and I'll import it, and we have the footer section created. So let's go back to the footer section and create a component. So in the footer section here, instead of returning a div, I'll return the container that will hold all the content here, and that container would be a section. So I'll say container, and in this container, we will have this wrapper that will hold all the content together before separating each of them. So I'll say wrapper, and this wrapper will be a div. Now, right in this wrapper, I'll separate these components, the top and the bottom components. The top are these components, as you can see here, the logo, these links, and this. And the bottom component is this copyright label. So let's separate that. I'll say top content, and I'll close that, and right here below the top content I'll create the bottom content. So let's start with the top content. At this top content, we have this, first off, we have this logo, and this logo, like we did at the top at the navbar, is an image. So I'll just create a logo div here. Here we put the image, and in this logo we put the image. It will be the actual image, and I'll say src, and I'll define the parts of the image and the name. The image is under the images folder, and we have the logo dark.svg, right? So we have the image right there. So the next thing we want to create is this component, and this will be after this logo right here and still inside the top content. So below this logo, I'll create a div, that I'll create a component that will be a div. I'll call it useful links. Useful links, and it will hold all of these links. Now right inside these useful links, I'll create another div that I'll call the text links. And I'll create the actual text itself, and this can be probably maybe a link, maybe like an a tag or something. So I'll say text, and this text, I'll copy each of all these: the stays, flight, support, and cars. So let's do that. So I'll say the first one will be stays, so I'll copy it and duplicate it 4 times, and I'll change the names. The next one will be flight, the next one will be support, and this one will be cars, and this one will be things to do, right? So we have this right here in these useful links. Now the next component we want to create is this community component. Yeah, I'll call it community component. And right in this community component, we have this text as well as this custom form we created earlier. So that will be below these useful links, right? Still inside the top content. So I'll create the community component. And in this community component, we have the first one, which will be the community text. And in the community text, we have the join our community, this text. So I'll copy it just like this, and I'll paste it directly in here. And below this, we should have the custom form. So I'll call the custom form component that we created earlier. This is it. So I'll just click on it and it automatically imports it. And with that, we have created the top content for our footer section. Now, right to the bottom component, which is the bottom content, this copyright label, I will create a copyright component, which will be a text. Yeah, that is just it. So I'll say copyright text, and this copyright text will hold this text. So let me just copy this text and I'll paste it right in there, and we have the copyright text. So now we've created our component, and let's go into styling this component. So now I'll come here at the top here, and I'll create each of these styled components. So I'll say const. First one is container, and I'll say styled.div. I'll give the backticks and I'll close that. So I'll copy and paste this few number of times. Copy this container and I'll paste it. So now I'll change the name for each of them. This one will be the wrapper. I'll paste that here. And this will be the top content. Paste that. And this will be the logo. I'll paste that here. And this will be the image. Let me just quickly do for each and every one of them. So now we have each of them created. So now I'll change the elements for each of them. The container, this container holding it will be a div. The wrapper would also be a div as well as the top content and the logo. This image will be an image, img. The useful links too will also be a div. This text, here is it. This text links will be a div as well. But this text itself, now this text would, let's first give it an a tag, which will be a link that is clickable. And what else? This community would also be a div, and this community text would be a paragraph, right? Here's a community text to be a paragraph. This bottom content would be a div as well, and this copyright text would be a paragraph. So I'll paste that right here and I'll save it, and let's see what we have. Yeah, okay, yes, this is it. We have the components all set. So now let's move on to styling each of them as required. Let's style each of them. Now, so the first thing we need to do is let's first separate this top content from the bottom content right here. So to separate the top content from the bottom content, I will give all the divs, all the components inside this top content. I will give them a display of flex. So all of them will align horizontally. So this is the top content right here, div. So I will give it a display of flex, and if I save that, we should have the top content separated from the bottom content. Right, so we have it, but we see the space is still clumsy. They are still clumsy together. So let's first give the margin and padding for this wrapper, which is holding all the contents together, so we can separate them properly. So right here in this wrapper, I'll give this wrapper a margin for the top and the bottom. I'll give it 4 rem, and as well as the padding, I'll give it a padding for the right and the left. I'll say the top should be 0, top and bottom, but the right and left, I'll say they should be 7 rem. So I'll save that and we'll see what this gives us. Right, okay, now we have the padding, but we need to separate this content at the top content. We need to separate them properly. So to separate them properly, I will use a particular property called flex. I will use it to separate each of them, and I will do that for the logo, for the useful links, and for the community. What this flex does is that it will give the value I provide in this flex would give each of this content or each of this container its own. It will give them an equal width or an equal space, yeah, so to speak. So let's see how that works. And right here in the logo, I'll first give the logo reflex. I'll say flex, and I'll say 1. So I'll copy this and paste it right in this useful links, and as well as in this community text. No, in this community div, right? I'll paste that and I'll save it, and we should see it right here. So we see the space, we see they are all taking equal space, right? Excluding the padding that we have at the right and at the left. So now we have this footer section, the top and the bottom. Let's increase the font sizes of the text. Let's increase the font sizes of this text, and I'll start with this copyright text below right here, this paragraph. I'll give it a font size of 1.5 rem. I'll say 1.5 rem. And moving up to the bottom content, which is holding this footer section, I want to separate it. Let there be space at the top and the bottom between this top content and this bottom content. So right at the bottom content here, I'll come here and I'll give it a padding, and this padding is for the top and bottom. I'll just say 2 rem. For the right and left, I'll say 0 and leave it like that. Now the community text, this community text, I want to increase the font size of this text. This join our community. Let me move this right here so we can see it directly as we save it. And this community text, yes, this paragraph, I'll first give it a font size of 1.5 rem. I'll say font size and font size. I'll say 1.5 rem and I'll save that. And I also want to make it bold. I also want to make it bold. So I'll say font weight. I'll give it bold and I'll save that as well. And let's wait for it to see it. Okay, so we have it bold, but the font size is not increased. Okay, I didn't pass the rem. And what else do we want to add to it again? Let me see. Let's check here and see what else we can add to it. Okay, we can give this margin right here. Let's give the margin. So we have the space between this text and this input form. So right here in this community text, I'll give it a bottom margin. Let me say bottom margin. Let me say margin bottom. And in this margin bottom, I'll give it 1.5 rem as well. And I'll save that, and that should create the space right here between this. Okay, yes, that is better. So what else can we create here? Let's style the text, this link text. I'll move this back right here so we can see it directly as we save this text. I first want to increase the font size, and I'll come here and I'll give it a font size of 1.5 rem. I'll say 1.5 rem. And I also want to make it bold. I'll give it a font weight of bold, say bold, and I'll save that. And what else can we do to it? Let me save that and see. We want to change the color. You see that the color right here is different from that of this. I'll change the color. Let me change the color. I'll say color and I'll give it a particular code, the one we've been using. That's 777E90. Right. I'll save that, and that should give us that grayish like color. Right. So let's also say, okay, let's try to give it this space so that we can separate them accordingly. So for that, I will use the padding and the margin. Starting with the padding first, let me first say padding. I'll give it 1 rem, and I'll say margin. For the margin, I'll give it for the top, the bottom, the right, and the left. So right in this margin, I'll say the top, I want 1 rem. For the right, I want 7 rem, or no, let me say 8 rem. And for the bottom, I want 0. I don't want any padding. And for the left, I want 20 pixels, which is 2 rem. So I'll save that, and let's see what we have right here. It should create padding at each of them. Okay, what can I do here? Let me see. I can wrap it with flex wrap. Let me come to this text link, which is holding all this text together. And in this text link, I'll first give it a display flex. I'll say display flex. Why is it taking long to load? And I'll give it a flex wrap. Say flex wrap, and I'll say wrap, not flex direction. I'll say flex wrap, and I'll say wrap. So let's see what it gives us. Okay, now this is better. This is better, but still not the way we want it. Still not the way we want it. What else can we do to style it further? Let me see. Let's come down here and see these useful links. We can give this useful link a padding at the right and the left. Yes, if we give the padding at the right and the left, it should create. Let's try this useful link and give it a padding for the right and the left. Let me give it a padding of 2 rem. Let me say 2 rem, and I'll save that. And let's see what that padding should give us. Okay, it's not giving us what we want. We want to make it like this. Let me see how this is. Okay, and looking at it, let me see, let's check again. Okay, if we see this place, we see that this part is actually wider than this. Okay, let's see these useful links and this logo, as well as this community, they are taking a flex of 1, right? They are taking a flex of 1. But if we look at this place here, we'll see that this is actually wider than this. This has 2 times the size of this. So if we adjust this useful link flex and give it something like 2, maybe it can make this part wide, because I guess it is because they are taking the same available width or available space. That is why this one is stringed. This part is stringed together. So if we give this part this useful links, here's the useful links. If we give it a flex of 2, it could widen that part a bit and space, give space between all this text. Let's see. I save that. Okay, now fine. This is better. This is better. Yes, this is exactly what we want. This is exactly what we want. But we see that this useful link has this space at the top here, and it should be aligned together with this community and this logo. So if we come to the useful link, here is the useful links. Let's see the useful links. Okay, now this padding is the reason why we have this space at the top here. We are not to give, we should not have given 2 rem for all sides. So I'll just say 0. I want 0 for the top and the bottom, and the right and left can take the 2 rem. So if I save that, I should make this come up a bit and try to align with this. Yes, exactly like this. So we have this footer section created. Let's see what else we can create here. Let's see if we can provide this space here, and if we come here to this top content, which is holding all this content at the top, maybe we can give it bottom padding so that we can create a space below right there. So I'll come here to this top content. Here's the top content here. This is the top content. I want to give it a padding of 30 pixels, say 30 pixels. And if I save that, let's see, we should have the padding right here and at the top. Okay, no, this is the wrong place. And okay, we have the padding. Let's confirm it works. I'll comment it and save it. And okay, yes, the padding works. Padding works. So we have we have the padding right here, and that is it for our footer section. But we see we have this line here, and we need to add that line as well. Yeah, so I can just come here above at the top here. I can just give it an HR in this container, because the container holds all together. So I can just say something like HR. Let me say HR, and if I save that, we should have that straight long line. And you can probably maybe create a styled component out of this and use it, right? So we have that HR. Okay, we see this space. There's this space right here, and we do not have it here. So maybe I can go to the category section. Here's the category section, and at this top here, I can give the space right there, so we can have this space after this category section, right? So let's do that. So yeah, I'll just give it a margin, and I want the margin only for the top and the bottom, or maybe the bottom alone. Let's see the top if we have it. Okay, we can just give it for both the top and the bottom, and we'll give 0 for the right and left. Let me say 7 for the top and bottom, and 0 for the right and left. So we should see that space created right here. Okay, now we have the space, and that is it for our footer section. So now that we are done with creating each sections in this home page and styling them accordingly, let us move to making it mobile responsive. We want to make this home page mobile responsive, just as we can see right here. So how do we do that? Now, in styled components, we can directly in here style these components to make it mobile responsive like this. We can just use the media query and say only screen, something like this. Then we say and pass the condition right here. Let me say something like max width, and we give the pixels. Let me say something like maybe 500 pixel, and we can now just pass the property here. Let me just say something like background color, and I'll say maybe blue, right? So we can directly do it right here, but we won't do it like this because we want to achieve clean code, right? So we cannot start, doing all this for each styled component that we have right here in all the sections. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create a JavaScript file. In this JavaScript file, we'll define a function, and this function will take props as an argument, and it will return this media query. Let me take that again. We will define a function in that file, and that function will return this media query. But on returning this media query, it won't have this background color blue as the property. It won't. We need to make it dynamic. That function already takes props as an argument. So in here, instead of this property, background color, we will pass that props so that when we now come to each of these components, any of these components, whether in this section or other sections, when we now define that function, we will be able to pass the props, which indirectly means this property. So it will make it dynamic, right? So that is basically how we will make this website or this web page responsive using styled components. It's as simple as that. So let's do that now. We'll start with the header section right here. And what I just explained now will be put into practice and we'll see how it works. So let's get started with this header section. So now I'll come here, I'll cut this media query out. Let me just cut it out like this and I'll create a new directory. Let me come to the src. Yes, in this src, I'll create a new directory. I'll call it utils like this. Now in this utils, we'll create the responsiveness file. So let me just call it responsiveness.js. Right now in this responsiveness file, we will create the function we said earlier. We create the function and return that media query, right? So I will say, let me just say const and I'll say mobile. I'll call it mobile. I'll call the function name mobile because it is the mobile responsiveness that we want to return, that we want to define here. So I'll say mobile and I'll say props, right? It will take props as an argument and in here I'll return that mobile, that media query, but I won't just return it directly like that. I will say CSS. We will use the CSS from styled component. You have to use this CSS from styled component. So do well to import it if it is not imported automatically. Okay, there is a typo here and this is not supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be like this, right? So, right, and it will be in a backticks. So I'll have to paste that media query right here like this. So now, but this time around, we won't be passing this background color, the property, we won't be passing it because we want to make it dynamic, because we want to reuse it across different files. We'll pass these props so that when we call this function, like I said earlier, when we call this function, we'll be able to pass those properties, the CSS properties, as objects, right? Which are these props. So I'll just say props. I'll just pass the props right here and we will be able to use it. So let me just close this up, all this. Let me close this up like this and maybe this as well. So, but this time around, we won't just pass the 500 pixels like this directly. I'll create an object here. Let me just say, call it sizes or say sizes because just in case you want to, add different other sizes. This is for mobile view. If you want to add for tablets and, any other, you might have to just come here and just say something like tablet and so on. So it will be an object or say mobile and I'll cut these 500 pixels out of here and I'll paste it here. But let me just say, don't let me use 500 pixels. Let me say 629 pixels. And right here, I can use these sizes to have access to this mobile, right? So I'll come here and I'll say sizes dot mobile, but it will have to be in curly braces, right? So I'll say like this. I'll say sizes dot mobile, right? Like this. So we will have access to this mobile, which is 629 pixels. So I'll just save that and we can now go to our component and use this mobile. So but let's export it. We have to export it. Export, let me say export like this and I'll save that. So what is the first thing we want to do? We want to style this header section. So let me just change it to the mobile view. We can see how broken the styles are. So very, very broken. Let me change it. Let's set it to one device. So let me just use iPhone XR. Put it to 75% or 100% if you like. So the first thing we want to do here that we notice here is that we do not have this button, this list your property button. We do not have it right here in this, right? So we want to remove this list your property button from here. So what we need to do now is to come here to, let's go to the header section and under the layout, this is the header section right here. So now in this header section, this is the button. Okay, so now this button is a custom button. We do not have the component, the styled component right in this header section file because we are reusing this custom button. So we cannot directly style it like we'll style others. But there's a way around that. We can wrap it with another div so that we'll be able to style that div. I hope you get what I'm saying. What I'll just do here is that I'll just come here at the top here. I'll create another styled component that will be wrapped inside this custom button. I mean that this custom button will be inside, right? let me just do that. I'll say styled button. I'll say styled button, and I'll cut this out and I'll paste it right below here, and I'll format this properly like this. So we have this custom button inside this styled button. So I'll just come here and create the component. I'll say the styled component. I'll copy this custom button. I'll paste it here and I'll say styled.div, and I'll close that. So now we can give whatever style we want to give inside this styled button for this custom button, right? So now what we want to do is that we want to remove it from here, right? So what we need to do is we need to use that mobile function. We need to use that mobile function. But I won't just call the mobile function like this. I won't just call it like this. I'll have to pass it in curly braces. Let me cut this out. I'll say $sign and I'll say the curly braces, and I'll paste the mobile right here. So this is how I'll do it, because I want to define a JavaScript function inside this CSS template literal. So this what's it called, this $sign and this curly braces is used in style component, is used for, you know, string interpolation, when you allowing you to, you know, basically inject things like dynamic values, JavaScript expressions, and, you know, functions into your CSS template literal, right? So in this function now, I will now also give another curly braces. And why I'm giving these curly braces is because I want to define the CSS property right in here. And, you know, this is more or less like an object, because, you know, in JavaScript, objects are used to store key value pairs. And in this case, I'm passing the CSS property, which is this, or any of these CSS properties, which is more or less like the object, right? So I must pass it in these curly braces, right? So I'll just come here and I'll say, I'll pass the property. What do we want to do here? We want to remove this button. So I'll just say display. I'll say display none. But this none won't just be like this directly. It will have to be a string, right? Because, you know, in JavaScript, or basically all programming languages, all strings will be in quotes. So either in single quotes or double quotes, you encode strings in quotes, right? So I'll just give the comma right here, because, you know, it's an object, unlike this CSS property that will take this. So I'll just define the comma right there. And if I save this, let's see what will happen. Okay, mobile is not defined. So we have to import this mobile from this responsiveness.js file. So I didn't import it. So I'll import it right here. You can do that automatically, and you can do that manually. So I'll save that. Now we do not see the button right here. We've removed it. You can see how the styled component works. You can see how to make the web page responsive using styled component. So that is it for the button. What else do we want to do? Okay, we see this is at the far right, this is at the far right, and this is at the far left. So we want to align them properly. And if we come here, we have to come to the wrapper, which is holding what we want to align, the logo and this profile container. But the profile container is in this right nav, right? So they are both in this wrapper. So we have to go into this wrapper and see what is causing it. This is it. This margin. It is this margin. This margin is giving it a margin of 2 rem, 2.5 rem for the top and bottom, and 10 rem for the right and left. That is why we have this right here. So we need to fix that. What do we do? We need to provide the margin for it, for this section, when it is in this mobile view. So let me just cut this like this, and I'll paste it right here, and I'll change it from display none to margin. I'll copy this margin, I'll paste it here, and this won't be none. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it right here. So we will have to change it. First off, I will need to change it. Let me change it to, what can I change it to? Let me leave it as 2.5, and I'll change this to, what can I change it to? Let me say 3 rem. And if I save this, right, you can see they are both aligned at the far right and at the far left, because we've reduced the margin that it's taking on both the right and the left hand side. Another thing you also notice is that this image, which is this logo, is somehow too big right here, unlike the way it is here. So we can just adjust that. So I'll just come here. Let me just copy this again and I'll come to this image. This is the image, the img. I'll come here and I'll paste it. So now we have the width here as 12 rem, right? So let me copy this width and I'll paste it here. And instead of 12 rem, we will give it something like maybe 10 rem to reduce it when in this mobile view. So I'll paste that and we have it reduced. So that is it for the header section. So moving on to the next section, we move to this hero section. Let's style this hero section. Let's look at it here. Now we see here, the first thing we notice here is this space at the right and the left, the margin. It is different from here. We have to adjust that. That's the first thing we need to do. So let's come to the hero section, and that is the hero section 1. This is the hero section 1. We enter here, and the first thing we need to do is to come here to, where is it, to the container. This is the container that holds this image, right? So we have to come to this container. So I'll paste that mobile function. Let me paste the mobile function. I'll paste it right here, the one we copied earlier. And now we have the margin for the top and the bottom as 0, and for the right and the left as 4.75 rem. But we won't give it that. Let me copy this and I'll paste it here. We want to reduce the margin at the right and at the left. So we'll give it something like 2 rem to reduce that. So I'll give 2 rem and I'll save it. Okay, the mobile function, I forgot that again. I'll import it and we have it right here. So I'll save it and we have you see right now exactly the way we want it. 2 rem for the right and the left, right? So that is it for the image container. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to adjust this image, this info container. We have some content right in this info container that we have to adjust. So let's do that. So what is the first thing you notice that is, kind of odd right here in this info container? Is the info container we want to style. What do you notice that is odd? Let's check here. You see the text, the font size is just too big for this mobile view, right? Unlike here. So that's the first thing we notice that is odd in this hero section under this image, this info container. So let's adjust the font sizes for this heading and description right here. So I'll come here to this heading. I'll paste that. Let me copy this again. It will save us time instead of typing the mobile function right from start again. So now we see the font size when in desktop view is 9 rem, right? So I'll copy this font size and we'll reduce it so that when in mobile view, it will be reduced. So I'll copy this 9 rem and I'll change it here. Now, okay, we have this argument expression expected at rule or say, okay, the reason is because of this font size. So now in JavaScript, when you define CSS properties within objects like this, we said earlier that because we have to give this objects, these curly braces that serves as objects, because we have something like a key value pair, which is this property. When you define CSS properties within objects, you don't use this. Is this not the kebab case? You have to use the camel case, right? Just like this. So whenever we are doing something like border radius, font size, background color, what else, font weight, and so on, you have to use this camel case for the CSS properties. That is the JavaScript convention, right? So I'll say font size and I'll give the heading, let me say 3 rem. So I'll save that and we should have it reduced, right? So at least we've done that. Let's do that for the description as well. So I'll copy this, come to the description right here, and I'll paste it. And we'll reduce that of the description as well. I'll reduce it to 1.5 rem. I'll save that and let's see. Fine. That is better. So now we've achieved this font size reduction, right? What else do we need to do? What do we notice that is odd right here again after the reduction of the font size? We see that it is not placed at the appropriate place. It should be right here at the left hand side at the top, but it is somewhere close to the bottom at the center. We need to position it right here. So we have to come to whatever is holding it. If we come here, what do we see that is holding this heading? It is this info container, right? So we have to come to the info container, which we gave position absolute.
Earlier, when we were creating, when we were styling this, what did we use to adjust or to align this info container at this section? It is the absolute, the position absolute, and all these properties, the top, the padding, and so on. So we need to use those same properties again when in mobile view. So I'll just paste that function again right here, and I'll adjust it. So you can just change the padding, because it is the padding that is making it, come to this side, right? So we can just reduce the padding. The padding here, we have 14 rem, and that is why it's falling to the center or to the right hand side here. But we can reduce it. Let's see what we can do to that. If we reduce it, let's reduce it. Let me copy it right here like this. No, there's no need to copy it. Let's just reduce it, and instead of 14 rem, you are going to give it, let's reduce it so far, let's say 3.6 rem for the top and the bottom. So it will move up a little bit, and we say 3 rem for the right and left. Let's save that and see. Okay, right, that is better. So we have it positioned at the right hand side. So you can style this as, as you want. This course is to help you to see the way to, style your components. It doesn't really matter if you use these properties that I'm using. As long as you know what each property does, you can style it to your preference. You might not use 3.6, you might decide to use 4M, you might, it's your choice. So that is it for the info container. Now let's see the button. This button too is also inside this info container right here. You see the button, it is too big. Let's adjust it also. So I'll come here below this over. I'll copy this mobile function again, and I'll paste it right here. And now we have a lot of things to style here. Not really a lot, but we have few things to style here. Now, the first thing we want to do is that we see that the font size is too big, right? It's too big. So let's reduce the font size a little bit. Right here we have 1.75 rem. Let's reduce it. Instead of giving it 1.75 rem, we can just give it maybe 1 rem, or 0.75 or something. Now we have the font size reduced. What else do we have here? We see we have the padding. The padding, is too big, it's too wide. We can still reduce it. Let me copy this and paste it again. I'll copy the padding, paste it here. And for the top and the bottom and the right and the left, for the top and the bottom, let me say 0.5 rem. Let's just see how it is. You can just style it to your preference. And for the right and left, I can just say maybe if I say 0 rem, let's see, save that. Okay, we have this, and so I can just give it a padding. Let me just copy this and paste it again, and I'll change this. I'll copy this and paste it here for the padding. Now for the top and bottom, let me just say, let me see 1 rem. Let's just copy this. Let's copy this and paste it here. So I'll reduce this to 1 rem, and I'll reduce this to 2 rem. Let's see what it gives us. Okay, we have this button. What else can we reduce right here? Let's change the border radius. This border radius, we have 2.5 rem. Let's reduce it. So I'll cut this and paste it. And remember I said earlier, it will be in camel case this time around. So I'll adjust that and change it. And this time around for the border radius, I'll say 1.5 rem, or let me just say 1 rem and see what it gives us. Oh, that's too small. It's not that curved. We want it curved. So I'll say 1.5. Okay, that's better. That's a little bit better. And let's give some margin at the top. And yes, just the top alone. So I'll copy this and duplicate it. And the margin. Do we really need the margin? Let's give it a margin, because this is too, the space here is too wild, and because of the margin that we have from this description. So I can come here to this description. This is what is causing that margin, this 2 rem, right? So let me duplicate this. I'll copy this margin, I'll paste it right here, and I'll change it to 1 rem, and I'll save that, and we should have this move a little bit at the top. Okay, we have this space right here, and that is because we didn't give this 0, and it is providing a margin at the at the right and the left. So I'll give the right and the left 0 and save that. And right, this is better. So we have the hero section created. Let's check. You see, now we have this is the iPhone SE,
and this is the iPhone XR, right? So we have our styles all set, and this is it in iPhone 12 Pro, right? So that is how to style using styled components. Now we have this hero section created. Let's move on to the next section, which is this adventure section. So now let's move to the adventure section. This slider, we want to fix this slider and make it, scrollable, just as it is right here. But if we come here, we check and we see that it is kind of clumsy. It is just too clumsy right here. This slider, we'll come to this header later on, but this slider is quite simple and straightforward, right? So let's go to the slider, to the adventure section. Now in this adventure section, you will remember that we created this slider using React Slick slider, and we were able to customize it, apply these settings to it, and apply the slide to scroll, the infinite, the slide to show, and so on. So now in this section, there's basically one thing. I need you to just briefly identify something that feels odd right here. What do you think feels odd in this slider? Right? Just look at it and look at it right here. Look at this one that we have right here. You might be able to guess, and if you did guess right, that's good of you. Notice right here, we see it is kind of clumsy, and we have three, no, not two. We have three of them, three of these slides, this slide content that we are, looping through right here, which is coming from the dummy data. We have three of them in this screen that is showing right now. But if you remember earlier, let me remove this, change this back. Earlier, we created this three slides to show. So I hope you can, just imagine or identify what is exactly causing those slides to clumps when in mobile view. You see, three of them are showing right here. But if we change to mobile view, let's change to XR. Okay, 75%. Let's adjust this properly. You need to change it a couple of times to, okay. So now you notice that it is clumsy right here, right? So what we just need to do is adjust this slideshow. This is basically what is causing it to be like this, and we just need to adjust this. So now you might need to go through the React Slick documentation if you want more information regarding this React Slick package. So I'll just come here and I'll say responsive, and it will take an array of breakpoints. You can decide to style it and say I want it to show two slides in a desktop view. I want it to show, four slides in a TV screen or something, depending on the breakpoint you provide. So that's why this responsive, so to speak, property takes an array of breakpoints. So right here, I can just say breakpoint, and I'll give the breakpoint in our responsiveness file that we created earlier. To make it responsive, we specify this mobile. You can specify more as well. I can come here and say tablet, maybe 120 or something, whatever you want to pass there. But here we have mobile, and we have it to 629 pixels, right? So I can just come here and I'll just give this breakpoint as 629 pixels, and I'll just give the comma, and here I'll give the settings, what I want it to be. Like, let me just copy these settings and I'll paste it right here. And I'll say that when in this breakpoint, or when in this view, when it has this width, I want the slide to show. Let me copy this slide to show and paste it here. I want it to show just one slide instead of three slides. So I'll paste one, I'll put one there, and I'll save it. Now we might not see anything, so I might just need to refresh and see it in effect. Let me close this up, and so let's just wait for it and see what it shows. Exactly, fine. We see it right now. So we see the slides, we see it is showing one at each, screen. So you can see how sleek, as the name implies, you can see how sleek, React Sleek, you can see how sleek it is, right? So that is it for the slider. It's just as simple as that. If you have more than one breakpoint, you can provide them there. You can just copy it here and change it, and I'll just give the comma here and I'll paste this, and I can just say maybe when in 1222 2000, just give it, style it as according to your preference, the way you want. That's just how it works. So that is it for the adventure section. We have the slider created. So now moving on to the next section, which is this work section. So now at this work section, let's come to this section, this component, and let's see what we have here in this work section. Okay, we have these work items. We have three of these work items, three of them. And where are the rest? Okay, we have them at the side here. Okay, it is displayed horizontally this way. So now, unlike here, we should have it vertically, like straight down, these three items, right? So what we need to do is very, very simple. I'll come here. These are the work items. This is the first one, the second one, and the third one. And they are inside this wrapper. This wrapper holds the three of them. So what we just need to do is come to this wrapper styled component and adjust it. Now, what we are seeing here is that it is displayed horizontally like this. So we just need to give it one property to adjust it and make it, vertically. And I'll just come here. Let me copy the mobile function. There is the mobile function. Copy it from here and I'll paste it right here in this work section under this wrapper. And I'll remove this. Now, the property I need to give it is flex direction. I'll say flex direction. Don't forget the camel case, flex direction. And this flex direction property has some values like row, column, row reverse, column reverse, and so on. But for this one, I'll give it the column value. So I'll come here and say column and I'll save that and we should have the work items displayed vertically. Okay, I've not imported this mobile. Why do I always forget this mobile? They are imperfect. Things like that are bound to happen. So I'll save it and let's see. Fine. So we have the work items displayed vertically like this. So we can see it. But we see that this space here, we have this space here. This is more or less, I think it's a margin. Let me see the wrapper, or is it the container? Okay, it's the padding, this padding right here in this container. Let's change it. Let's reduce the padding. It's too much. For the top and the bottom, it's taking 9 rem. Let me copy this padding. I'll paste it here and I'll change this from 9 rem. I'll give it 0. Let me say 0 for the top and the bottom. And for this right and left, it is taking 8 rem. And that's kind of too much. Let me just reduce it and say 3 rem. And that should work fine. You see the 8 rem. So let me save it and let's see what we have here. Okay, fine. That's better now. It has moved up a little bit and I guess this remaining space is coming from this adventure section. So now we have the work section, that is the top. We fix that up. So what else do we need to do right here? Let's adjust these work items. Let's come here. I'll come to the work items component. I'll paste what I copied. Okay, let me copy it again, paste it here, and let's give some margin to the right and the left. Let's just reduce it. Here we have 7 rem. Let me copy this margin, right? I'll paste it here and I'll change it. We have 7 rem here, so let me just give it, let me change it to left. Let me give this left hand side, and this time around I'll give it 3 rem and I'll save that. Let's also see down here. Okay, this space, let's give for the bottom right here too. I'll copy this and duplicate it. We can see the margin left as applied. So I'll change this to the bottom. So I'll give it 5 rem and I'll save that. And let's see what it gives us. So right, exactly. We see the space. You see it, this space here. We see it here and here as well. So you can increase it if you want, but maybe when we come to this featured section, we can provide some margin at the top here to give more distinct space, or you can just increase this at right here, or you can give this container, you can add one more value here for the padding, so there will be space here. Because we already provided 0 here, it would not work here. Let me give this margin left, let me increase it a little bit, let me make it 5 and I'll save that. And let's see, I want the space to be evenly distributed, right? So it's better like this. You have this section created and all set. So now let's move to this featured section. So now for the place section, let's come here and let's open the place section file. This is it. Yes, right. So now in this place section, we want to first check. Let's check what we have here. This is the place section, right? And we see that we are not seeing the image as well as the text. We are not seeing anything presently right now. And we see we have this margin here, right here. at this container. So, but we do not have it here. Let's first fix that. This white space that we have here. Let's first try to fix that. And if we come here, we'll come to the container, which is holding all this content. This background color that you see here is the wrapper. If you check here, let's check. You see this wrapper is the one that has this background color. So this is the background color. So this container holds this section. This is it. It is the one that has 5 rem and 4 for the margin, 5 for the top and bottom, 4 for the right and left. So we want to remove this margin, right? We just want to remove this margin. So let me copy the function, the mobile function. Here is it. I guess way too far now. Let me see. Is it here? Not here. Let's just write it out. And so I'll say mobile, and what do we want to change here? The margin. Say margin, and this time around I want to give it 0. Let me just say 0 for both right and left and top and bottom. I'll say 0, and let's see what that gives us right here. Okay, I need to import it. So now we see the margin is gone. The margin is gone, both right and left. For the top here, you need to still add the margin, but we'll come to that later. And we see that it doesn't have border radius right there at the top. So let's do that as well. Where is the top? Here's the border radius. This is the border radius, the 20 pixels. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it right here, and I'll change this to border radius. I'll copy this border radius and paste it here, make it camel case, and I'll say the border radius should be 0. Yes, I'll save that, and we should see the border radius removed. So now let's move into styling this image container and the grid box, right? So I'll come here to this place grid container. We want to make some adjustments to this place grid container. Let me copy the function again, copy this, and I'll paste it right here. And this time around, what do we want to change here? You see, we still have this now presently we have just 4 custom components here. No, we have just 3 custom components here, and we say we want it to show 4 in a column, but since we have 3, it's showing these 3 right here. But we know it's now in a mobile view. The width is now smaller, so we need to make sure that what it shows, the content it shows here, is not this number again. You have to reduce it, just like we did right here in this slider. This slider too, it was also showing 3, which made it string. So we had to make it show 1, even though this was, we used React Slick for this, but this is just, basically CSS. So we have to use this grid template column property again. So let me just copy this grid template column. I'll copy it and paste it here. I'll change it to the camel case, and it will be like this grid template column. So I'll copy this, repeat, and I'll paste it here, and we have it right here. So now I want it to just show how many, just 1 in mobile view, right? And I'll save that, and let's see what it gives us. Fine, beautiful. You can see just like that, it gave it to us exactly the way we wanted it. So if I change it to, let me change it to 12 Pro Max, and you see how it is still the same right there. So we can just, make some adjustments right here, increase it a little bit, style it the way you want. Let me change it back to XR and save it like this. So now we can see the place section, right? Exactly the way we wanted it. So it's now in, so it's now like this. So what else can we do in here? Now, I want you to note something, that even though I am not specifying the properties, these remaining properties, I'm not specifying them here, it will still use these properties right in here, except I specify them, right? So the fact that, this is for the desktop view and this is for the mobile view, the fact that I did not specify this background color right in here for the mobile view doesn't mean it will not use this background color right here. It is when I don't want this background color that I can now come in here and specify the background color. But as long as I, want this same background color, I can leave it like this. I don't have to come here and specify it. So this is more or less like saying, like, the default. Yeah, basically like that. So that is it. And yes, that is it. So what else can we style in here? Let's check again. Let's see. Another thing we can style is this padding that we have right here in this wrapper. I said earlier that this wrapper is the one that gives us this background color, but this space you are seeing right here, is caused by this wrapper because we gave it some padding. The padding is when you give the inner space, in the content. So right here, this space you see here at the top and at the right and this left, at the left and this right is the padding, right? So, and that is the padding we gave it here. So we can adjust it a bit, especially for this go somewhere text. You see, if I come here, you see this go somewhere text is, on a straight line, unlike here where it is broken, or where it is split. So we need to adjust this padding. So I'll just come here, I'll duplicate this border radius, I'll copy this padding, paste it here, and I'll copy this 6 rem and 4 rem, I'll paste it in here, and I'll change it the way I want, or according to my preference. Now the top and the bottom, if I save this, nothing will happen, it will still remain the same, but I don't want to, let me see how it is here. Okay, it is almost the same, so let's just change it this way. Let me give this 4 and I'll give this 2, right? Okay, yes, we see this is nice, this is nice. And what else can we do here? Let me see. Okay, you still have this, you have spaces in between. It's actually nice like this. It's a bit better, it's close. We can do some adjustment by changing the font sizes and making it smaller a little bit, but it looks cool like this. If I give this let me see the right and left. Okay, let me give this 4 as well and see what it will give us. Okay, right, I'll give it 3 rem, or it wants me to give it 2, wants me to give it 2. Let me say 2.5, say 2.5 rem. Okay, this is better, and the hovering effect still works. You see, the hovering effect still work. I mean the transition and transform. So we have it. It's okay like this. We can make do with this. Can make do with this. If you want to style it further, you can just give some proper styling. You can come here to this custom place grid box where we have this main content, and just adjust the styling and customize it to your preference. So that is it for the place section. Right, now let's move to this hero section. This one we called hero section 2 right here. Let me open that up here. Yes, this hero section 2. Let's style this hero section 2 to make it mobile responsive. So now for this hero section 2, let's first see what we have to do right here. And okay, we see that this section or this component is above this image right here, and we do not see the third and the second and third image on this main image anymore, right? So now what we need to do here is we need to first fix this space that we have here. And if we check our code right here, let's see where the space is coming from. Now this is the wrapper. We check the wrapper, we see that we have this padding right here, and this padding has 8 rem for the right and left only. So all we just need to do is reduce this rem, right? So in here, I'll just call the mobile function. We'll say mobile and import it, and I'll say padding, and I'll give it, this is 8, let me give it 4 to make it half of it, and let's see what that gives us. 4 rem, and I'll save that, and this should move a bit to this side. So okay, now it's better like this. Let's see what we have here. Okay, let's reduce it a little bit. Let's make it 3 and save that. Now we want to make this content be at the top and this one be below. Right here, we'll see that this is the wrapper. The wrapper is the one that holds this text container and this image container, right? But they are aligned horizontally, and why they are aligned horizontally is because of this display flex we have here. So I need to give us another property here to make it align, horizontally like column. So all I'll just need to do is come here, and let me just copy and paste this. And here I'll say flex direction. We used that earlier. I'll say flex direction, and I'll change it to column, and I'll save that, and we should have this image container come down below right here. Yes, exactly. We see it just like that. So you can see how easy and simple it is. We can adjust the maybe font size if we want, can adjust it a little bit if you want, or you can just leave it like that. Let's adjust it and see what it gives us. So I'll come here to, let me see, this is the description. Okay, this is the title. Let's first see this description. Let me copy this right here, and I'll paste it in this description, and I want to give it font size. So I'll say font size, camel case, don't forget. What else can I do? Let me say, what should I give the font size? We have 1.5 rem this place. So in here, I can just say 1 rem to reduce it. I'll remove this for now. I'll save that, and we should have the description reduced. Oh, we have 3 rem. Oh, I changed this one. Okay, that's a mistake. This should be 1.5, while this should be 1. So I'll comment this out and save it, and this should be reduced to 10 pixels. Okay, we have it, but I guess it's too small. Let me see what we have here. Okay, it is too small. It's too small. We need to maybe increase it a little bit, even above 1.5, I guess. Let me see 1.5 and see what it has. Okay, 1.5 is better. We can give it 1.8. Yes, so what about the title? This title. We can also give the title. So I'll come here to the title. Let me just copy this and I'll paste it in this title, and I'll change it to, here we have 5 rem. So I'll make it 4 rem, and I'll save that, and the title should reduce. Right. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's better like this. Better like this. Or maybe if we give it 3.5. So just style it according to your preference. And what else do we see here? Okay, this image, let's remove these 2 images that we have here. So it's very simple to do that. So I'll just come right here. This is the second image, and this is the third image. So I need to just go to their components and give it a property of, display none. I can just say display none, and that should remove this. I'll paste it
that's
here,
too
mobile
small.
function,
That's too
and
small.
I'll
Let me
change
copy.
this.
Let me make the
Where is
max
it?
width of
Okay,
this.
I'll just say
Let's make
display
it
and
100%.
yeah, I'll pass the
I'll
value
save that.
none, right? I'll save that, and I'll copy it as well and paste it in the, okay, this should be in quotes. Let me copy it again and paste it in the second image right here, and I'll save that again, and we should not see those image again. Yes, exactly. So that is how we want it. We don't want those images to appear, right? So what else can we do here? Let's see. You see the image, this main image, it's too big. It's too big. So I'll come to this image, main image. Let me paste it here, mobile function, and in here we should have given it maybe a max width or something, but let's just give it this max width for this mobile view. Say max width, and this max width I'll just say 100%, and I'll save that, and we should have the image right here. So let's move to the category section. So now let's move to the category section, and this should be quite easy and straightforward. Let's see this category section. We have this slider here, and we have just one slide that would show here. So like the previous one we did, we see we are getting 4 slides here, and what we just need to do is come to the category section and change the slider, change the slide to show once. So we just need to define a responsive settings right here, and we'll display the slides to show as one. Because we have 4 here, that is why we are seeing 4 slides showing here in this screen or in this section. So I'll just come here and I'll say responsive, and I'll give it the array which will take the breakpoint. And for the first one, I'll just say breakpoint, and I'll just say the value we give the breakpoint 9629, and I'll give the settings, and for the settings I'll say slides to show. Let me just come here and say slides to show. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. I'll format it, indent it, and I'll say 1. I'll save that, and let's see what that should give us. If it doesn't show it, we can just refresh it here, and we'll wait for it. So we see it, we have 1 slide. So it's as simple as that. That's the slide we have right here. So let me explain something. I said I will explain something when we are dealing with the responsiveness, and that has to do with the initial slide, this initial slide property. So let me just explain something here. I said I will explain something when we are at the responsiveness, when we are dealing with the mobile responsiveness, and that is the initial slide. When we were using this React Slick earlier, when we created the React Slick, I said I will explain this initial slide, and now let me explain what this initial slide does. Now we are looping through or mapping through an array here, and if we go to this category data, we see the array, and this array, when we were creating this, we gave it a key, and I explained what the key means. I've explained in one of the sections what the key means, that
it's basically used to uniquely identify each of the array that we'll be looping through. So basically we can have something here like ID and can be one, it's a unique ID that uniquely identifies this object, right? So now one thing is that this initial slide basically represents this index that we are passing here, because this array that we have here is basically like, let's say this the index 0, this is the index 1. You know how numbers work in programming. Basically this, which is the first one, is regarded as 0, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3, and on like that. The point I'm just trying to pass is that the first index, it will be 0. So that is this initial slide we have here. So upon refreshing this page, the first slide we see right here is this index 1. Look at this image, nature house. Let's check here. We see it, nature house. This second one is this city house, and that is index 1. This is the index 1. Let me pass something here for us to know that it is the index 1. So I'll say ID and I'll say 1. I'll save that, and here I'll come and say the initial slide, I want it to be 1 and not 0. So I'll save that. We won't see it yet until I refresh. When I refreshed earlier, we saw this nature house. It showed this nature house. So when I refresh now, we will see what it will show. We will see that it will not show this nature house, but instead it will show this city house that has this ID1. You can see the ID1 there. So, and this city house that has this ID1 is the index 1, which is the initial slide that we want to show, right? So that's basically what the initial slide has to do with. Don't let me say somehow, it's basically related to, this index of the array that we are looping through, right? So let me refresh and let's see. So I refresh now, and you see index 1, city house, ID 1. So basically that's what the initial slide does. So that's what it does basically, to set the slide to show initially, and you have to pass the index right here. So I'll just leave it at 0, which is, and we are all good. That is it with the category section. Another thing I noticed here that we can fix is this header section. We have it across all places. You have it here. You see this header section, for this place section, for this featured section, and this one. So we created this custom header component that we are reusing in all these sections. So we need to fix it. This font size is too big. We need to reduce it so that when we reuse it, when it's in mobile view, it will reduce font size. So I'll come here to this custom header, and for this title and this description, we apply the font sizes. So I'll call the function here again, say mobile, and I'll import it, and I'll say font size. I want the font size to be what? Here we have 5 rem. So this time around, I'll say 4 rem, and I'll copy this and paste it in the header description as well. And this one has 2.5 rem, so I'll change it to 2 rem, and I'll save that, and let's see what it gives us. It should reduce the font size, right? Exactly. We see this exactly now. It's all looking good. So this is exactly what we want. So we have the category section created. Let's come down to this footer section. So for the footer section, let's see what we want to style here. So I'll come here to the footer section, and we see we have this logo. Let me open the footer section file here. I'll go to the layout, and we have the footer section. Close this back, and let's see footer section. Okay, I can't see the footer section, and why is that? There is nothing in this footer section. Let me see. Here is this home page. This is the home page, and we have the footer section right here. Here's it coming from. This is the footer section. I just opened it now. Oh, we created another file. Okay, so there's a mistake there. Let me see where this footer section is coming from. Home page, footer section, components. This should be the footer section. Why can't I see it? Okay, it should come from the layout and not the component. Like this. It should come from the layout here. That's a mistake. How didn't I notice that? Okay, this is the footer section. Okay, I created a footer section here before. Oh, I can't even remember. So I need to delete this footer section, and I'll move this one that we have here. I'll move it to this layout. So let me delete this.
And right here, I'll move this one to the layout. Yes. So let's change the import. Okay. It automatically brought it for us. VS Code automatically brought it. Update imports for footer section. Yes. And it should update automatically in this home page. You can see right here, we have the layout and the footer section. Okay. So I'll save this and we should be fine. So that's it. I didn't even notice. How come? Okay. So let's come to the footer section now, and let's see what we have here. We see we have this top content and this bottom content. In the top content, we have the logo, useful links, and this community, right? And in the bottom content, we have this copyright text. So what do we need to do here? We see this place. Let's come to the top content. We want to start with the top content, which has the logo, the useful links, and the community text, and that's custom form. So here in this top content, okay, we see we have a display flex. We have this display flex. So it's this display flex that helped us to align it horizontally earlier when in desktop mode, right? But now we want to make it vertical like this. Let me change this to 50% so we can see it fully. Yes, like this. I'll change this as well to 50%. So now it is this display flex that's made it to align horizontally, but as you can see here, they are now vertical. So we have to style this top content so that when the mobile device is in accordance with this width, which is the breakpoint we gave it, it will be able to apply these styles right here. So for the top content, I'll just come here and let me see if I can still get that. Okay, yes, I'll copy it and I'll paste it right here. I'll change this to display and the no flex direction. We want to align it horizontally, but we see we have a padding right here. We need to remove this padding. So I'll say flex direction and I'll change it to column, right? And I'll save that. And I can as well come here and give this padding, this wrapper. We'll see we have this space at the wrapper. So I didn't import that, and let me do that right here. This space at the wrapper, we need to fix that as well. This padding for the right and the left. So I'll copy this padding and I'll paste it here. For the top and bottom, I want 0. For the right and left, I want 0. Let's see what that gives us. I don't want any padding. Now we have it in vertical. We have it vertically, just as we have it right here. So now let's style it a bit further, create the spaces in between and align this, in this format. So to do that, I will just come here to this text. Here's the text. We have this text here. I want to give some margin to this text so that it will be aligned, in a form of, this grid format, so to speak. So I will come here to this text. Let me come to the text styled component, and right here, I'll paste. Let me copy that again and I'll paste it here. And here, when in mobile view, I want to change the margin. I want to reduce it or increase it. So now I'll copy this, the top, right, left, bottom. And for the top, I'll say I want it to be 1 rem as it is. For the right, I'll say I want it to be 7 rem. For the bottom, I can leave it as 0. And for the left, I can leave it as 2. And I'll give it padding. I'll copy this and paste it here. And this padding, do we need the padding? We don't need the padding. Let's leave it for now. And I'll save this and we'll wait for it and see what it gives us. This text link too. Here's the text link, the one holding all the text. I can give it, some margin at the top and the bottom to make it look better. So I'll just paste this here and I'll say margin and I'll say 40 pixels or 4 rem for the top and bottom and 0 for the right and left. Right, it should be in quotes, single quotes, and I will save that and remove this, and let's see what that gives us. Okay, so now we have this margin, we have this space at the top and at the bottom right here, and this join your community, join our community, we have it right there too, and the copyright. So what else do we need to do? Let's see what else we can do. Another thing we can do here is increase this image size a little bit. So let me come to the image, this image right here, and I can just increase it and give it the width of 12 rem. I'll say width and I'll say 12 rem, and that should increase it a little bit right here. We see it has increased a bit. If I comment it out and I save it again, we will see it, you see, right here. So I'll uncomment it and save it. So what other thing can we do again? This top content, the space here looks kind of too much, and that is because we are giving 30 pixels for the top and bottom and the right and the left. So I want to say I want the top to be 30 pixels as it is here. Then I want the right and left to be 0 pixel, and I want the bottom to be 30 pixels. So basically, you should see it reduce a little bit here at the right and left exactly. So basically, what this tree value does is that, when we specify two values, the first one takes the top and the bottom, and the second one takes the right and the left. But when we specify four, we have the top, right, bottom, and left. But when we specify three, this is for the top, this is for the right and left, and this last one is for the bottom. So that is why we have this padding reduced at the right and the left. So what else can we style again? Let's see. We can give padding here. We can give this padding 0 for all sides. Let's try that. Padding, and yeah, I'll say 0, and it will be in quotes so that when it's in mobile view, we do not have any padding. Okay, we have an error, and let me see why. Okay, I should not have should be a comma, and if I save that, let's see the padding. Okay, right, this is better. So we have that when it is in mobile view. What else can we style here again? Let's see. Let's come down here. Let's come to this community section, this community component. Let's give it a margin to create space at the top and the bottom. This community, let me copy this and I'll paste it here, right here. Yes, and this community, I want to give it a margin for the top and bottom. I want to say 2.3 rem, and for the right and left, I'll say 0, and I'll save that, and we should have the margin created at the top and the bottom of this community. And we have this join community, join our community. Okay, there's a typo there. That's why we did not see any changes, and because I gave it 2 point rem instead of 2.3 rem. So I'll resave that, and we should see the margin right here exactly. So we have the margin now.
So lastly, I can just come to the useful links right here, and I'll give this 2 rem. I'll change it to 2 pixels, and I'll save that, and that should fix this right here for us. So we have 2 pixels for the useful link at the right and the left. So that is it for mobile responsiveness of this home page.